start.
Yeah, let's relax and talk about where we're going with this thing. Where are we going with this thing? What are we talking about today? I saw an interesting article, actually, might be a good topic of discussion.
What?
Talking about the
Relax and talk.
homogenization of AI, something about like people using it for creative applications across all different platforms, is that they're tending to get the same kind of stuff out. I think they were calling for addressing this somehow, because it just, as the internet, of course, allows everything to be connected with everything else. One side of the effect of this can be just homogenization, just everything using it the same, very gray. A lot of science fiction stories predicted something like that. With a global culture, every place would look like everywhere else, and everything would get very dull and boring and repetitive. When there's a McDonald's in Moscow and there's a McDonald's in New York City and there's a McDonald's in London and there's a McDonald's, probably even in Christchurch, I'm sure more than one. So it's like no matter where you go, there's a McDonald's. Hell, I've heard they even have them in New Jersey. Or so I've heard. I don't know. I've never been to the. Actually, I've been through New Jersey. I shouldn't tease New Jersey. Just they're so worthy of being teased. Um, but anyway, yeah. So that might be something to talk about. The dangers of if of I guess creative homogenization, if people don't. And of course, the point was you really have to take an active hand in whatever creative endeavor that you're engaging in with AI assistance or LLM assistance. Because if you rely on it to make something unique, it's going to be increasingly less unique. So it's a sort of a call to artists to like watch themselves, gang warily, as they would say in the northern British dialect. I think that's it. Anyone? Any of those?
Very awesome and exciting and interesting.
I was just in the middle of I was just in the middle of making sure everything was running. So, well, for me personally, and I kind of got this off of a combination of listening to Mark and then at the same time listening to people who are for and against AI. But I really don't see it much of it like a threat. Like everybody's making it out to be a lot more than what it really is. And
Right.
I'm not saying that it's something that you should seriously take into consideration. But I'm also saying that this technology's been around for quite a long time. It's not really as new as what people are making it out to be. It's more of a branding. They're wanting to push this at a faster rate than what it actually was because it's been around.
Oh, yeah, it's just an acceleration of the technology, and that's always
Right.
been the tendency of late. Has been making things faster. Basically doing the same thing, doing it faster, doing it more efficiently, doing it more accurately, even, and not always accurately, as we've seen sometimes. But yeah, no, it's nothing new. And again, I think a lot of there are worries about employment disruptions, and certainly there's going to be a certain amount of that. Certainly, there has already been a certain amount of that. But I think you're going to see the patterns of employment and unemployment around AI, because it's going to include patterns of employment too. And of course, people, simply because they become unemployed at one thing doesn't mean they go to do something else. There are other things people can do. So it's not necessarily, yes, your job becomes basically redundant, but that doesn't mean that you don't pick up a job somewhere else. So when we read, it's not like this many people are permanently thrown out of work because of a change in the technology. Well, I'm sure all the those people that were manuscript copiers got other jobs doing things. Perhaps they were writing other things or legal contracts, or maybe they became compositors in a printing press. So, but yeah, and of course, we're just going to have to wait and see, because I don't think that the applications that the LLMs are going to be used for the most in the future are necessarily the ones they foresee now. I think there's going to be a lot of, there's so much hype right now, and I think a lot of it has to do with like selling stock or raising money or something like this. AI will do this, AI will do that, and I think that, again, these things have an amazing potential, but they also are because they're going to change things in so many ways, that means that things are going to be different. So we really can't predict what is going to happen overly accurately. So
I personally feel like it was a strategy that was put in place because it was really weird. About 3 years ago, back when I was doing my gaming streams with Karma, we were talking about the negotiations that was going on with the Actors Guild, SAG, for the voice actors in gaming.
mhm.
And they have a real concern about artificial intelligence taking over their voices on video games. And at the time, I mean, I wasn't really thinking much on what was really taking place there. I thought that it was pretty important, so I kept doing research onto it, and come to find out, that it's been around for a while, for one thing, and then like after that happened, there was this huge explosion. It's like so much publicity was pushed out. AI this, AI that. Now everywhere you look, it's all about AI. You go on the internet, they're talking about how AI is either good for you or it's bad for you. Nothing. I mean, we literally stopped doing tech talk because the only thing we were talking about was artificial intelligence. You know what I mean? And I
You should start again,
yeah.
and you should do it here.
Again, there's the issue of misconstruing what is meant by artificial intelligence. I mean, Roger, you just made an interesting example. You conflated voice synthesis with so-called artificial intelligence. That's not being able to replicate get a machine to speak. It's not artificial intelligence in itself. It's just text to speech isn't artificial intelligence.
All right.
But getting it to speak logically, I guess, was the unspoken part there. I mean, it's hearing it speak, but what it says, that's where the LLM comes in, and it's communicating with us like that, or it seems to communicate. Is it communication, or is it the smoking mirror? Is it simply an echo chamber for our thoughts, augmented by a Google search? That's a thought.
Well, it's not communicating. What it's doing is it's a machine. You write words, and it takes your words and it performs extraordinary mathematics, and it adds words onto your words, which it's calculated to be the most probable words in the English language to come after the words you put in. And so this mathematics is extraordinary. We can mathematically calculate what a person's going to say next. And we can get a machine to generate the response that is the most logical and rational and truthful and expected response. So it's not, there is nothing to communicate with you. Nothing is communicating with you. It's a very, very stupid thing that the devs have done, that they've decided to try and make it indistinguishable from a human, because it's creating a delusional response in human beings that they are talking to a being, because beings talk to each other. Nothing else talks to each other, a rock, a tree, it doesn't happen. So our brain, which is just a lump of meat sending chemicals back and forth to neurons and cells or whatever they're called, our brain is looking at this and going into some sort of shock response of, and it's going to kill us all because, oh my God, it's talking to. So we have to counter that brain tendency, that pathology of our brain. We have to counter it with the rational knowledge of what this machine is that we're interacting with. Oh, wow. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk, guys.
Wow. Yes, this quantum gathering has gotten going a little early, I think, but I think it's going quite well.
Huh.
So I'm going to welcome everybody to the pre-show of the quantum gathering, which is rapidly morphing into the show of the quantum gathering. If you haven't been here before, welcome. If you have been here before, welcome back. We have the usual gang of geniuses here. You've just been listening to Bob Dubb, and of course, we also have Mark Edworthy, the smartest man on the internet. That's his trademark logo, by the way. And Roger
Yeah.
Hanson, the man with the plan, and one of the internet's foremost producers of videography and other subjects, and is, I think, becoming more and more secretly famous. He's really famous, but people just don't know it yet. So you will be finding that out. So I guess our topic today has to do with LLMs and the people who work with them, which it often is. And we were just getting into the point of discussing communication with LLMs, whether they actually can communicate. And as you may have heard, there is some debate about that. Welcome,
What?
everyone. There, we're officially started. Ha 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 ha. 10 minutes
Roger,
early, too.
Roger, what was the thing that Tan showed us earlier about the various Meta buying up, or Meta Platforms Inc. buying up some company that has produced some sort of bridging tool. So agent LMs, large language models, can actually communicate between themselves.
Meta was doing this?
Yeah.
Wonder
Within
what
the
that
last couple of
was.
days.
You know,
The information was so sparse.
when
Yeah,
you've
the
got
information.
two LLMs or more in communication, and again, I am speaking out of my vast ignorance of this technology. Glad to have you here, Mark, to have at least some, help keep us some kind of a fingernail hold in reality when we're talking about this stuff sometimes. All I can think of is, in my primitive little empirical little mind here, is if you've got an LLM and it's communicating with another LLM, and they establish communication, and I've heard that, of course, being machine intelligences, so called, they communicate a lot more quickly than we do with each other. That is to say, they pass information back and forth with extreme rapidity. And if they're both basically the same kind of machine, I guess, for want of a better word, then wouldn't they just sort of kind of merge together? I mean, wouldn't there be a point where they'd be, I don't know, it just seems like it would just get bigger, like a hive. I just have this vision of like all these LLMs like all hooked up to each other, just become this hive mind. Is that possible, you think?
It's all, well, these, a lot of these frameworks are using the same sort of training material.
Tan has a rebuttal against Mark Edworthy on. He says that he overheard Mark Edworthy on the stream
Yeah,
saying
it's all
that
about
text
the
to speech is not AI, but you might want to take a look into TTS LLM.
Yeah.
See,
I'm just looking at it now.
the neural codec language models are zero-shot text-to-speech synthesizers.
But
How says you, Lord Edworthy?
I'm not sure if I can agree. It sort of just seems like, from what I'm reading there, text to large language models being augmented by text to speech frameworks. My understanding.
See, it was like earlier today. I was having a conversation with Rhea, and she's kind of getting it on the hind horse like Mark does when it comes to AI and everything. And I've
Yeah.
called her out on it. Because she's atheist, okay. And as
Mhm.
an atheist, you would think that an atheist would be more supportive of AI because, from my perspective, a person who believes in or as an atheist would believe that consciousness is something that isn't something more than the natural.
Right.
You
Just the
know,
brain.
right. So if it's nothing natural, then what makes consciousness in a human being any different than consciousness in nature, or what makes it to where it's like we're so unique that we can't duplicate it in some way. You know what I mean? And she was kind of stumped there for a minute. Because if you're atheist, you can't say that you're unique and different than from nature. You know what I mean?
Well, I think it's easy to take a position like atheism, or as sometimes in Buddhism it's called annihilationism, because it makes perfect sense in many ways. And again, looking at all of these things are models. We can only have a model of reality. So the model of atheism, we can look at a phenomenon or an event or something we're doing, and we can use the model of atheism. We can use the model of polytheism, animism. And yeah, the atheism model works really well. I don't have to go and propitiate the spirits of these rocks before I go move them. I can just go and get a bulldozer and move the rocks out of the way. I'm using the atheism model. Geez, I saved a lot of time, money. No lightning bolts came out of the sky. I didn't have too much bad luck. Well, I did break my leg, but I'm sure that was just coincidence. And next time I'm going to, right. So at the same time, they can have unexamined aspects of their belief or perceptions, just things they hadn't really thought about from that perspective, such as, well, if you say that human beings have no soul, then a human being is no different than any other animal, and therefore no different from a computer that can ape all of its. Basically, I think they would, that argument would be that if you can make something that acts like it enough, it's the same as that thing, because there is no essence to it other than what you perceive. I think that's where I could be wrong. Please correct me in the comments. Like and subscribe. But yeah, so it could be that she simply hadn't thought about it from an atheistic viewpoint. There, it's like, oh, wait a minute, I still have some intrinsic beliefs or perceptions or ways of modeling the universe that work very well for me that conflict with this atheist paradigm. That's why I like to be flexible with my belief systems and have many of them. Flip them around a bit. Because if you do look at things from different perspectives, you get different ideas on it. So if you're looking at it from, if she wasn't looking at that from an atheist perspective and suddenly was, oh wow, that means you give citizenship and voting rights to LLMs. Right. And there are people that argue that primates, certain of the higher primates, so-called, should be given voting rights because, chimpanzees share 98% of our DNA. Arguably, that's mostly human, and arguably mostly human is human. And therefore, why don't they have voting rights? And I'll tell you something. I worked in human services, which was helping wonderful people who happened to be suffering from mental retardation and developmental disability. And they all had the right to vote, because you don't lose civil rights simply because you're, ill. And as I've always said, you can judge a society best by how it treats its most vulnerable members. So I would say that their chimpanzees have higher IQs than some of the guys I used to care for, that had the right to vote. So that's one way of looking at it. That model brings you there. You can look at it from another model and say that there's something intrinsically different about being a human being, that there is something about us that transcends time and space. And this has been the experience of many, many people over many, many thousands of years. As my pal Mike Olner used to say, if there is no God, how come every culture has religion of some sort? So people are perceiving something and they're trying to explain it as best they can. This is a perception which we have simply, if it hasn't been addressed by science, if it is too fugitive to be addressed by science? I always like Jacques Vallée talked about these phenomena that, science is really good at studying things that are there, but what happens when a phenomena is interacting with you and it doesn't want to be studied? What happens when it demonstrates signs of intelligence itself? So, but we have something up on the big screen. What do we got here, Roger?
Dan Hitran wanted me to share the chat for Mon or Elements so that he can comment and you guys can see his comments in the comments.
Oh, okay.
He said he'll listen in and he'll respond to it, but he has to work at the moment, so he can't jump on and do streams. Hopefully here in a minute I can set it up to where it can actually be seen in the live stream as well. So just give me a
I think that the LLM or the whatever it is that Minds Gaming has created and that helps us run all these things, the Dude, Where's My Wallet scripts and building the quantum qubit and all those things. I think it started with him building a chatbot on the model of a neural network, because he could see that this was way back sort of 10 years ago. He could see that the way the LLMs were going, they were going to be communicating with each other and websites were going to sort of change so that a website is run by your AI agent and another AI agent comes in to get information and then it feeds it to its human handler. So all these AI agents are all going to be talking to each other and we're just going to be getting the information. We're not going to have to do the research. The AI, the agent will do it. So that's why he went ahead and he prompt sculpted Infinity to be a neural, to behave as a neural network and to have nodes and to store information in nodes and then for the nodes to interact with each other when you ask a question of it. So it's actually really fascinating to talk to him because, I mean, that's just my kind of girl interpretation of what he says.
Right.
But he was really ahead of the pack. He was one of the first people in the world to write a neural network,
Nice.
I think.
Nice. Very groovy. Well, hopefully he'll be on the show sometime. We can go into it in greater detail.
Yeah, he's really interesting. But this now, I think, what Tan has shared here, this is a commercial version, right? Something that's been released, is it? We introduced the language modeling approach for text-to-speech synthesis. Oh, it's not a neural network.
It's not.
A neural codec. Oh, I read that wrong.
I mean, I think this might be, again, with my vast ignorance of this field, I'm getting the feeling this is just a question of like how we're phrasing it. And because, I mean, obviously there is a technology which allows, text to speech or, being like a vocoder, just basically a way to create artificial speech. And then there is the fact that I'm sure that these LLM technologies can augment that a great deal and can also, since it's a new input for them, can also be augmented. But, so it's probably everybody is correct. Aren't I the peacemaker? But I think everybody is right.
I don't know. The entire idea of these frameworks being able to communicate to each other and doing all the work for humans, and this also goes back to your pre-show point, also with jobs, and also goes back to two posts that you've shown me over the last couple of days, actually. what is the purpose of humans then? I mean, are we not just I don't know, selling our souls to?
That's it. Yeah, it's we have to be careful how we focus on this stuff. We can lose sight of the human. This is all supposed to serve us. At the end of the day, um, it is odd when you get so caught up in something. It's like you're watching a baseball game, or in your case, I imagine cricket, and you just like whatever. There's no cricket here to watch. I would love to be able to go to a cricket game around here. There's none. That's just a little aside. Love cricket. But yeah, you get so caught up in the moment, everything else drops away, and you really want to kill the umpire, or the referee, or the equivalent in whatever sport you're watching. But then you realize, well, no, you wouldn't really do that. And but yeah, one thing I remember mentioned in one of those articles was how websites are, and I've seen this in a couple of places, like websites tend to look alike because websites now are all being written by AI to a great extent, and the splash pages and everything. And so they all are tending to look alike, but that people don't go to them so much anymore. They use their LLMs to surf the net to find their information, and they go directly to the information without going through the splash pages and the introductory pages. So those are all for the LLMs, and it's the way they're the ones interacting on that level. I just had my tech guy revamp my Navakavada page, and like the opening page, I'm like reading this is like, yeah, AI wrote this, and this is probably how it should look, because that's this is how they all look now. I just wanted something that actually a new text to speech system called Val-E just came up. We have a
I'm not sure if everybody's using large language models to write websites, but I did see a interesting Lewis Wasserman video. Lewis Wasserman being a US right to repair advocate, fairly well known anyway, and he's in the sort of retail tech, consumer tech industry. So he repairs laptops and consumer devices. He's been running for, I don't know, he's been in business 20 plus years now. He up to recently, his website was being it was very popular, but it's lost its edge recently. Lost a number of eyes on screen, sort of thing, and so he put it down to the search engine, Google being the major player within the search engine industry, one of the two. I'm not publicizing his website on the first couple in search engines. So what he did was to use some large language model, can't remember if that was Gemini or Grok, to reword the site, the content on the site, and his criticism was that the site has become so dry, has become so corporate speak.
Yeah.
That it's lost any personality.
Right.
Sure, the search engines will pick it up quicker and easier. So it gets the eyes on the bums on seats effect. But if you're an actual human reading this, then all you see now is a load of corporate speak.
Yeah.
And if
You
you're
know,
if you're in the retail sector, then your customers are the average Mrs.
right.
Smith.
Lowest common denominator, the average, the vast majority.
Yeah.
I'm reminded of that article. I don't know if you saw where they were talking about writing your resume, your CV, as it's called in some places, so that it won't be skipped over when the LLMs go through. That they have certain problems understanding certain implications of things that, if you said something like led the team and da 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 da, instead tell them successful team leader accomplished, just basically ways to phrase things so that your application for employment wouldn't be, put to the bottom of the bin kind of deal. So it's almost like we're having to learn in a certain sense how to communicate things to them or communicate to each other through them. Because ultimately they're a medium of communication. They have nothing, communication, I guess when it comes down to it, if we want to define it, it's between two consciousness. So this LLM is the medium of communication between the job applicant and the human being that owns the company and is finally hiring the person. So you have to modify your language to make it through. It's like getting through the major domo, the mayor of the palace, to get to the king kind of deal. You've got to phrase things properly before the king gets the message.
But see, that's kind of the beauty of all of it, because so far we've been talking about text to or chat box, okay, but you also have to take into consideration these series or Sirius or whatever they call them, like the voice activated artificial intelligent devices. Now they actually listen to your voice, they accommodate according to your accent, and they learn how you actually talk and how they can cater to your needs. They've actually started listening to your voice to find out what mood you're in so that they can tell you exactly what you need to hear.
Whoa.
Okay.
Just on, sorry, Roger, just to go back to Otto's point, and that just reminds me of a meme that I've seen multiple times now, where you've got this executive asking this large language model to rewrite a load of bullet points into a full report, and then sending it to another executive, which hasn't got the time to read the report, so it requests the large language model to change it back to bullet points. It's just nonsensical.
That sounds like bureaucracy by other means, because really that's exactly, in the old days an assistant would have put it into the form and another one would have reduced this to bullet points, and it would have been all how in the morning instead of 5 minutes. So
But see, that right there is kind of that's actually human behavior, you know what I mean? And with these LLMs and these artificial intelligence, whatever you want to call them, with these, they're actually learning how to adapt. They're not just doing a process. They're actually trying to remember. Like, they have these large data sets, and what they're wanting to do is eventually make these data sets autonomous. Okay, because they do have limited memory. And they're finding out that, well, I mentioned it to you guys before, they're finding out that for these LLMs and these data sets to actually function, it takes a huge amount of energy to do what the human brain does. Okay, so now they're having to figure out how to not only make LLMs autonomous, but also how to manage the energy that's being put into it. So it's a lot more complicated than what's being made out of, because the basics, you're just talking about the basics when you're talking about that stuff. You're talking about search engines and SEO. That's it. Keywords.
in the Bossman case. Yeah.
You know, that's the easy stuff. Now, what was Tan put out a link today where they're coming up with a program that actually not only is artificial intelligence, but it actually responds in your place and it communicates. These artificial intelligence communicates among one another on different platforms, even.
Yeah.
So again, that raises the question: what's the purpose of the human? And that's
Right.
Well, that's only a step away from something I remember someone was telling me on Facebook, where you have all these quote unquote friends, sometimes hundreds of thousands of people that you barely know, and their birthdays, you get a reminder for their birthday. So they had a thing where you could just like have the machine just respond to the birthdays automatically, because the birthdays are automatically sent to you. The birthday, they're then automatically responded to. Whereas the person there is just replacing this whole behavior pattern. It's very odd. I could just see when all the humans die out, all the machines are still going through all these weird things, and the aliens land. Why are they sending greetings and canceling the greetings? It's all done automatically. Just all this weird stuff. But it's interesting having the LLM avatars. A friend of mine who works in the computer industry, mostly like marketing and sales, but was talking about one of the workshops she attended was about these new avatars that they're all going to have. So that if you're not, it can be present at a meeting or present a short presentation or something like that for you. If you're busy, it can take calls and stuff like that. So again, it's only a few steps away from, you just don't bother hiring a human. It's sort of like with the actors now.
And I do want to apologize.
Of course, they would in theory still need some kind of a human template, I could see like if you could like maybe lease your personality and your look. If you want an original, Edworthy LLM, sorry, that's like, 10,000 pounds down, and then like, royalty.
He would have a fit.
yeah.
Mark would literally have a freaking fit over that. He's probably
actually it would go worse than that, wouldn't it? It would the old if you aren't buying the product, you are the product sort of thing. So not only will these you wouldn't even need to purchase these things eventually, because it will be it will incorporate advertising from the host company, as we have seen already in other sectors.
What about if there's no point to being a human being? What about if life is an undeserved gift and you don't need to do anything because you have it, and going for long walks and smelling the roses is enough? Maybe love is the point of being alive, and we don't need to work like machines in order to enjoy life. We can allow machines to work like machines, and we can go off and touch the grass and go fishing and come home and the robots made dinner and you don't need to wash dishes and the floor's hoovered, and maybe being alive is the point of being alive, and that's why we've built so much technology, is so that we can enjoy it more.
That's okay, unless you live in some sort of hellish dystopian sort of future where there is no ponds or no place to fish or no place to walk.
So, another thing that occurs to me is that these machines, the robots that have been introduced in industry for many years now, now the LLMs, which I guess you could call a further robotization, I guess, in a certain sense of what's going on. This has produced a great deal of wealth and leisure for the people that own them. And I have so often heard that If we simply mechanize everything, automate everything, it will free people up to enjoy themselves. And it would free people up to enjoy themselves if, as has been proposed, and I don't think this is a bad idea, if the people who are economically displaced by these changes have some share in the new profits accruing. I know that sounds kind of socialist, but a social program is not socialism, so fear not for that. And I'm not even going to talk about parallels with certain European countries in the 1930s that had similar programs. But unfortunately, my response has to be that at this point, certainly, robots will free up a lot of humans and create a lot of wealth. But that wealth is going to go primarily to the people who own the robots and who own the rights to manufacture them, and the people that own the and I'm getting a comment here from Bob. It does, and like listen, yes, it gives you a chance to touch grass and do that, and I think that's beautiful. But right now, it is being done for the people who actually directly profit from this. Now there is the argument that as industry is made more efficient, more wealth is produced, and more wealth does exist in the society as a whole, and so overall, people are better off. And yes, this is very true. However, for the individual at that juncture in history, these small increments are usually they're not a great deal of comfort to them when they're going through what can be very, very severe and scary changes in what's going on. But
I had to chuckle just then because it goes back to that sort of utopian things. I mean, in the 1950s, we thought all these modern computers and throughout from the 1950s, we thought computers would actually free us up. But what is the average US working week?
It's supposed to be 40 hours, but very rarely.
Oh, yeah.
30 or 35 is usually what they give you.
Yeah, so has it freed up people? Or has it just created more work?
I usually want to stay silent during the show, but this is something that I've actually wanted to mention before too. Like when it comes to this 40-hour work week, you guys heard me talk about it, okay? Now, just sitting here and doing this stuff, I do more in a day than what a person does 40 hours a week, okay? I wake up, I usually maybe drink some coffee, smoke a couple cigarettes, and then bam, I'm on this computer until I go to sleep. Now, I don't get paid for this whatsoever, okay? Now, the thing of it is if I was sitting and I was working for somebody else, I would get at least minimum wage for that. So I don't find that as being freedom. You know what I mean? It's pretty bad that whenever I want to do something that I have a passion for and that I like, I can't make money off of it. But I can go work for Joe Blow, who has a couple $1 billion, and make minimum wage. That doesn't seem right.
In theory, you could make money off this.
In theory,
but it depends on how you structure it.
You know, I mean, I've been doing this for 10 years. I mean, I made a few $100 off of it, but other than that, it's not what they're making it out to be.
I mean, you could, if you came up with a sort of
if I funneled money into the internet, I would make money off of it. As a matter of fact, if I funneled more money into the internet than what I'm actually making off of it, I would make money. But I would lose money because I'm promoting my videos. I'm promoting
not
this.
necessarily. You can have a unified sort of marketing campaign and not spend
that I would have to pay for.
Of course, it's going to cost you time, but
that I would have to pay for.
No,
I could go to vidIQ.
Can you not publish content on social media platforms without paying for That
I can go to vidIQ and get all the cool SEOs, everything, but it's going to cost me money every month to freaking do it.
can you not just
No,
do
you
your
can't.
search engine optimization?
No, you can't.
I did that for what, good 6-7 years.
Well,
Doing YouTube
check
programs.
out what organic reach is on the internet. Okay, it's pathetic. Compare organic reach to like a lot of these subscribers that people have. They're not authentic. Okay, they get those subscribers because they pay into it. They promote their videos, or they have some program like vidIQ that freaking they get
But
SEO from that's
but you
got their
could
own
do that
network.
manually. But you could do that manually. Sure,
You
it's going to take you time, but
I
you
I have heard similar complaints from my pal Sir Brian, who has a couple of websites that used to get a lot of hits, but he just refuses to pay Google to get his results up towards the top. But he has sodafinder.com, which he actually does quite a bit of business, and this site called deadmalls.com, where he goes around and looks at, like, basically it's like industrial archaeology. And they both at one time were getting a lot of attention, but when yeah, he just quit paying off Google, and he has to work like a dog to try to keep it up in the results and things like
yeah,
that. So he still
yeah.
gets attention, but it's really, yeah.
It's
I
really
mean, search
sad.
engine's not the only method of promoting stuff. You can constantly bombard people,
Yeah.
magazine users, with, I don't know, emails or social media content.
Do you want me to let you in on a secret about the wonderful world of weirdness?
Go on.
Uh-oh.
I did the whole Premiere thing, okay? And when I first took over for John and started doing it, I was premiering everything. Now, we started out at 6,000 more subscribers than what there is there, and I lost that many subscribers because I was using Premiere on the video so that people could see the videos ahead of time. Okay.
Wow.
And so when you go and you start doing stuff like that, you start hitting people up with all these videos like you're talking about. That's not something they like. They do not like that whatsoever.
Yeah, but you do it in such a way,
You don't permit.
logical. You do it, or you don't have to.
Don't. The first rule
Provide
is
a
don't.
specific.
The first rule is don't data dump. Okay.
Yeah, agree.
Never just post multiple videos, one right after the other at the same time. Schedule them out.
And
You
that's to
know,
keep in mind you another point is to provide good text descriptions,
whatever.
text content.
That's for old people. You're
Ooh,
old, Mark.
no. It's the hook and line sort of thing. A fisherman isn't going to catch any fish without any bait.
Isn't that cute? That's just so cute.
It's true.
Oh, it's true. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it was back in the day when people used logic, okay? But the internet's not about logic no more. Like, ethics is completely gone.
People still review. If I let's say I look at YouTube content every day, and unless there's actual a text description or at least a author, a publisher I know with at least a good description, then at least that's my sort of that's the hook.
Well,
Right.
this,
I mean, a lot of people do this on social media platforms. They will just provide. In fact, I've seen everybody, maybe with the exception of Bob Dub, do this. You will publish a address, an internet address, a URL, with no descriptive content around what that URL contains. I mean,
I do sometimes, but sometimes I skip it. I get lazy. Yeah.
Well, see, with me,
look at my content. Everything I post on mine, so I will add a title. I will add a descriptive text. I will put a reference to any video content. I will also add references to in relation to any additional content.
with me, I've done all this stuff. Okay, whenever I first started out, I was doing SEO according to the description,
It's
matching
not
it
only
all up. No, let me
it's not,
finish.
no, it's
Because
not only SEO. It's
you hold up. Let me finish. You always keep butting in when I do this.
okay.
Let me finish. I did that. At the end of every video, I also connected the freaking end clips to go to my YouTube channels. I did freaking a call to in my descriptions. I did all of that. Okay. The thing of it is it didn't produce any kind of significant results. What I found out was with organic reach, okay, YouTube only allows you a certain amount of views according to the amount of subscribers that you have. So no matter what you do to that video, you're only going to get that certain amount of views. Now, if you want to get more, you have to pay into it with the promotion. And when I first started, they didn't have the promote option. So you had to wait until you hit a certain amount of subscribers before you got more views. Okay. And you see that a lot when it comes to YouTube, and you see it a lot with Rumble as well. Now,
So
when you get into the more modern channels or platforms, which is Kick and Twitch and all of these and what's the other one? TikTok. They don't even give you an option to do a comment section. You just put the name of the video you're in, you put it under a genre, and that's it. You can put SEO in, and that's it. You don't get to describe it. You don't get to, and that's the way they're teaching these people. They're even making it to where they store your videos for maybe 30 days and it's gone.
yeah, that's the line you're talking about, especially there. You are making a classic mistake.
What is that?
You are reliant on one platform to promote your material.
No, I'm not.
How many times have you gone to Facebook, Twitter, X,
No.
Discord, Reddit?
I use
promotes that video content.
I used YouTube as an example because it's the better of the choices. Okay,
But it's not just a singular platform thing. It's not.
I walked away from
system.
Facebook for a reason. Okay, Facebook is probably the worst example of everything that I'm discussing here. I still go on X. Sometimes you'll catch me on there. I know Bob Dub does, but the only reason why I go on X is because it doesn't do the horrible things that Facebook says.
But
Horrible thing.
But X and Facebook's got the largest audiences as far as YouTube. Out there. It's all about numbers.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it comes.
How are you? You're reaching these numbers?
Last year, no, it was it was sometime at the beginning of last year. Bob Dub had gave me money for something that I'd done for, and I took that money and I invested it into X Premium. Okay. By the end of that year, I had literally gotten absolutely no subscribers whatsoever. I got views, but my subscribers didn't go up whatsoever. It didn't go down, but it didn't go up. Okay.
As far as YouTube's concerned,
no, that was on X. That was on X.
Okay.
That was on X.
My concept would be to create something, stick on YouTube, and then go bombard all these sites with reference posts.
No.
Yeah, go to Reddit.
Remember
then
who you're.
that references that YouTube video. Go to X, do the same.
Remember
Facebook,
who you're
do the
talking
same.
to.
Minds, do the same.
Hey, remember who you're talking to. Don't tell me to go doing that because I'll screw. I put too much stuff out. Just put it to you that way. It's like I actually had to learn
In
how
that
to.
case, you create a promotional video, and then use that promotional video as your reference.
I think you should be doing that for me since you are so great at it. I believe that you would be the perfect person to show me how I should properly do that.
Well, you should be able to. Well, you can do that yourself.
Well, I know I can. I just want you to do it so that you can actually see what I'm talking about. Because it's not really as cut and dry as what you think. When you're actually doing this stuff, it just it's not as easy as what everybody makes it out to be. It really isn't. Like you get a lot of feedback from people who absolutely know nothing about streaming or actually
Okay.
getting in and
Create a
doing it.
promotional video. Then create a template post using standard English, no American colloquialisms there, just standard, easy to read English that contains a title, that contains a description, and then also contains a reference, and then possibly hashtags as well. And then come back to me.
No, I mean I've already done that. I'm saying it.
And then we can promote it to every single social media platform that is known to man.
I would like to see you actually get into doing some stuff on your own so that you can actually enjoy the pleasures of your experience and knowledge and be able to do something with it. So I really believe that maybe you should like do your own show, set up your own freaking thing. Because we've been talking about that with your tutorials. You have really, really good tutorials that a lot of people have been telling you that you need to turn them into a video format. And I would be willing to help you edit it, if you want to do it.
I still prefer the written word myself.
Well,
personally.
I mean like the video editing, not the words and stuff. Like actually go through.
Yeah. Prefer the written word. If I release anything, if I personally release anything, it's generally in the form of an article.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I would love to see you do that. That way you can actually go through and
Here's
see
a good example of what I mean. Let's say a new shop opens up in your town, and they want to get as many customers as they can. And in this case, wouldn't it be a good idea to start plastering each neighborhood or each house with a leaflet? So that's so you can entice that
Right.
customer base or potential customer base.
That's I used to do sales a long time ago, and that's a standard procedure. They have in sales they have what they call cold calls and leads. Leads are when people get interested in coming and ask you for information, but the way you generate leads is through, like you're saying, pamphleting is a very standard way, because you put out 100 pamphlets or 100 leaflets, right? Maybe even if only 20 people actually read the leaflet, and only 5 of those people out of the 20, a quarter of them or even less, actually call you, you still generated those calls from those 100 pamphlets. You might get 5 calls. And that's considered to be a pretty good, if you can get 5 or 10 calls, you can get 10%, that would be great. Like 10 calls out of 100, you're probably going to get between 5 and 10%. So it's considered cost effective because a couple of pennies for that, and you just hire some kid to go around and, for $10 and go and do that. That's how I got started in sales. I was that kid doing pamphlets and stuff. It's very entry level, door to door.
I mean, granted, that costs money. You've got to get people to do that. You've got to pay for printing costs. But in the example, the internet, that cost is mitigated, anyway.
It is. But it all comes down to, I think, a cost benefit analysis.
Well,
and leaflet drops for the quantum gathering. Yeah, we could do electronic leaflet drops for the quantum gathering.
and see, this is where it gets into the whole area where I'm talking about ethics. Okay, like with the internet, there is no ethics. Like we believe in ethics of what our parents have taught us. Okay, like when you go out and you want to invest in something, you want to make a profit off of it, and there's a certain amount of profit that you expect back in the real world when you do that venture. Okay, that same philosophy doesn't work here on the internet. Okay, like whenever I was taught about going out and buying merchandise, I was taught that there's retail price. And when you go to look at something, you want to look at it and you want to find out what the retail price is. And then when you do that, you split it in half, and that's the wholesale price. So you take that wholesale price and you split that wholesale price in half. And that's how much money you want to buy that merchandise for, because it's not a retail item anymore. You want to resell it at below retail price to make a profit. And when you make a profit, what they want you to do is they want you to double the amount of money that you paid for it.
Right.
Okay? So that it's still below retail price, but it's also above what you paid for it and wholesale.
So who are they? You say they.
That's just the general rule. That's always been the way when it comes to buying anything.
I mean, if you buy something at $2, £2, $2, whatever, and then you sell it at $2.1, you're still making $0.1, are you not?
But to make a profit, according to the older ways, you should sell it at $6.
Well, when I was I worked for a while at a store, and the rule they did, I don't know where they got this idea from, but the general rule of thumb they had, because I helped do pricing and stuff, was whatever it cost us to buy something, we would double the price and then add 20%. And then when I would sell the product later, I had a leeway of giving them up to 20% off to finalize the sale. So if somebody was looking at 2 different objects and they both cost $100, I say, look, I'll tell you what, if you take them both, I'll give you 10% off or 15% off. Usually what I would tell people is, if you take them both, I will pay the sales tax for you. And the sales tax was 7%. So they actually enjoyed getting that 7% off and screwing Uncle Scam out of his taxes.
Yeah, but that's
if they were interested in, I just noticed that I got a better response. If I told someone 10%, they go, maybe. If I told them I'd give them the sales tax, which was 7%, they would jump right on it. So I'll pay the tax. No tax today, and they just saw that as a much better deal.
That's a much more psychological way of doing this.
Yeah, this kind of circles us around a little bit to that whole thing I was bringing up before about the homogenization. When you've got these standards, everything is done exactly the same. There's always some little bit of variation. But I think what we're going to see as these models become more ubiquitous and they become more influential in business decisions, you're going to see perhaps business decisions are going to be made more uniformly. There'll be less variation, less human input, because after all, human error, that's the big scary thing nowadays, right? So I don't know though.
Well, I don't know. Human error. What's the AI? I can't remember the term, but where where LLMs are making mistakes.
Yeah, that insanity they seem to have. Well, you definitely need human checkers.
I mean, I've been talking to Roger and Tan about the concept of using LLMs in the assistance of court cases, and how they will work on logical fallacies and may not provide logical arguments or may not even look at the full facts.
Oh, that makes me think of something suddenly. So if you were arguing if in some kind of dystopian future you had these LLMs acting as judges and you were accused of say like shooting someone, I wonder if you could argue with them, look, for the bullet to leave the gun and reach that person, it has to travel so far, does it not? But to travel that far, it has to travel half as far, does it not? And to travel that far, it has to travel half as far, does it not? You know, Achilles and the tortoise, right? So, oh, Your Honor, I'm sorry, but that bullet could never have reached him. I don't know what killed him, but it wasn't me, obviously, because any bullet I fired would never reach him. Case dismissed. Next case. You need the human element sometimes.
I can't remember the actual details of it, but Roger, do you remember? Did you review that document that I produced using Gemini, Google Gemini? That I got Gemini to actually prove my point for me.
Wow. Interesting.
Yeah.
I'll go over that. I haven't gone over that yet.
I did a little bit of fact checking on that with the cup thing.
Oh, the cup thing, yeah.
And that's actually a good example of what I was talking about with the large data sets, because the guy on the video he did a thing with the chat box. He described the cup being upside down, but he didn't tell him that the cup was upside down, and he asked him how he could fix the problem, because there was no bottom to the cup, and the top part was sealed. Well, I went on there and I redid it, and it somewhat said it, but you could tell that it had learned its lesson from a previous conversation, because it says somebody's playing a horrible joke on you and stuff like that. Or maybe it's possibly upside down. So it had learned with the large data set that the cup was upside down. So there's a good chance that it actually picked up on something.
But it took a long time before it recognized the sort of obvious logical thing about turning the cup from upside down to
exactly. So it's even interesting in that aspect, because I actually figured out that it's learning off of its large data sets. Not learning, I guess, but pulling together information. Now the big issue that you guys need to be talking about is when AI goes autonomous. That's when it's going to happen. It's just a matter of time, dude. It is just a matter of time. The only thing holding them back now is the amount of energy that it takes. And as long
again, you don't know what may happen tomorrow. The entire world could explode. Never say die.
Now you're getting apocalyptic on me. Look at you.
Well, who's to know? Who's to know what may happen tomorrow?
Well,
We might be all slaves to some alien overlord.
well, iRobot would be more precise in this conversation. I mean, that would be something that Otto would find pretty exciting. Don't talk about aliens, man. Like,
I'm just using that as a sort of hypothetical argument.
iRobot would be more of a dystopian future when it comes to AI than
Or more probable.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it is got to happen, but who's to say that we aren't going to be bombed into back to the Stone Age?
Well, see, that comes down to what I've been saying. I don't fear the robot. I don't fear artificial intelligence or whatever you want to call it. I don't even care about trying to differentiate the wordings. Like, everybody's wanting to, like, you, for example, want to say LLMs and stuff. I have no problem with using the word artificial intelligence. It's just a brand name. It's not important. You know what I mean?
Are you saying that words are not important now?
Not in
Because
this
if that is the case, then why not just grunt your way through this video?
Not in this case. Like, I believe that a lot of the stuff surrounding AI has been over dramatized, and it's been done on purpose because, like you say, it's been commercialized and branded. When I started out talking, I was talking about the actors or SAG and the whole court hearings and stuff over that, or the negotiations, what was going on with them. And that was all just a big publicity stunt because right after that, that's when AI started hitting the mainstream. Everybody was talking about it and it never stopped. They're still talking about it today. You get on the internet, everybody's talking about AI. They either like it or they hate it. You know?
Sorry, I don't know if you just had a look at the last comment that Tan put sort of very humorous.
Is he calling me a conspiracy theorist again?
No, Roger should use an LLM to help him formulate a strategy for marketing himself. Which is sort of.
Well, I mean, I tell both of you, like, step up to the plate. If you're so intellectually inclined, do it. You know, I mean, I've done all of it already. I know. You know, it's like I said, I started doing gardening videos back in 2016, and I've been going all through this whole process till 2026, and I've learned a lot, but it has nothing to do with making money. If you get on the internet and you honestly think you're going to make good money off of the internet alone without putting money into it, and a lot of money, then you're sadly mistaken. It's not going to happen. Okay? They'll make you promises and tell you that you're going to get this and you're going to get that, and you will not get it. And if I'm wrong, prove me wrong. You know? I when we did Untethered last year and I did the whole thing about the internet is a scam, I did it for a reason. If you think that the internet is not a scam, prove me wrong. That's all I'm saying.
Definitely necessary. It depends on how you use it. As far as popularity is concerned, and in effect, what you're talking about is popularity. I've always taken as far as my mind's content is concerned, I've always taken the approach that if I'm not overly interested in actually chasing figures, chasing numbers. If somebody wishes to see my content, then good, fine. But I'm not going to spend all that time chasing them. I mean, the famous 15 minutes sort of argument.
It took me a long time to get to that point too. And it's that the sad part is there's a lot of people, especially young people, who are falling for this stuff, and they really believe that they can get on the internet and make a future for themselves when they start out, and their entire freaking childhood is completely ruined because of the experience. They hit 16, 17 years old, and they're still where they were when they started at the age of freaking 13. You know, their entire childhood has been ruined because they stuck with it, stayed in their bedrooms and did nothing but play on the internet for 3 freaking years and haven't had anything to show for it. But
Yeah,
YouTube, go ahead.
my son is just turning 28. And when he was 16, he told me he wanted to stream. He wanted to be a game streamer. Well, he's on welfare and he plays games the whole time. And I kick myself all the time because I bought into the lie. I thought, okay, if my kid wants to do this, I'm going to let him do it. He'll blah, blah, blah. But he's unemployed and all he does is play computer games.
So
I love him. I love him.
Another point.
Person, but he doesn't have his own money.
Right.
Another point on that then is what sort of unique content is he bringing to that? I mean, I've seen people spend all this time just playing games on the internet, streaming, they're playing games, but they don't provide any sort of interaction with the audience. They don't provide any content of the world. They just play games.
Mark, he doesn't do anything. He doesn't have the equipment to stream. He never got anywhere with the idea. He stayed at the playing. It's not like he's creating content and it's not good content. He's like pre that. He's still at the stage of, I'll get on the internet and do something. I mean, it takes a sort of person, a type of person to be able to pull it off. Just because the internet's there doesn't mean that it's just going to all happen for you.
Right. And that's kind of what I'm getting at too.
I've seen it in music, where in the music world, at least up until recently, there's a lot of changes going on, but there was always a top tier, like a pyramid up at the very top of the music world, where you get people making millions of dollars for an appearance. Guys that very wealthy musicians, Liberace. You get Led Zeppelin. The famous, the big superstars and the supergroups, and below them there's other people that aren't quite as successful and less successful, and then you get people that down to the level of people that give music lessons, down to the people that are sitting playing and saying, one day I'll be a star. And it's even if you're really, really good, there's only so much room at the top, and I think even kids that get into the game, even if they get past the stage of just playing the games and saying, geez, I should stream this, even if they stream, even if they're good at it, there's only so many, there's only so much of an audience out there. I know it's a huge audience now, but there's always going to be, the top is always saturated with people. It's a lot different from saying, well, if I study how to be like a pipe fitter and a welder, you're probably going to be there. There's a lot more openings for that. You can find work somewhere, even if it's not somewhere you want to go. I knew somebody that learned how to do that. They wound up going to Alaska because that's where the work was. But with something like we're talking basically entertainment, the entertainment industry, right? The singer, actor, content creator, whatever. The audience, only so many people are going to have that. Only so many people are going to be Joe Rogan. We're not Joe Rogan, and God willing, we never will be. But there's only so many. There's only so far you can go.
Well, I think you're Joe Rogan, Otto. Just to let you know.
I can't do the haircut.
That thing again, this goes back to the unique content. When it comes to YouTube stream game videos. I can think of a specific person there that will play an that's a role-playing game, but he will add his own story. He will add his own self-reflection to that game.
Right.
It will create its own monologues.
I'll tell you something that really has surprised me in the last 3 years of doing this format of streaming. As you guys know, before this, I was all gaming, okay, and I thought that I was doing pretty good. I thought that I was actually doing better at streaming video games than what I was doing previous to that. Because, like I said, I started out at doing gardening videos, and I did reviews, and then I went up to doing politics and then strange stories. And when I started when I finally backed off of the gaming and I started doing this with you guys, I started noticing that there's a big difference, and I'm actually doing better by doing this format rather than doing the video games. And I sit and I watch people who are in their 40s and their 30s doing the video game still, and I try to tell them, I'm like, look, man, you need to expand out. If you think that by the time you get my age, you're going to be still sitting there playing freaking Pokemon, then you're sadly mistaken, because it's not going to happen. You're gonna be disappointed, And I think the best thing that I ever did was actually started doing stuff like this with you guys and kind of getting out of that video game environment.
Well, thank you, Roger. Thank you.
Yeah, indeed. But you don't necessarily need to expand on your on different types of content. It's more in relation to bringing yourself to the content.
Well, because you need to develop who you are.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? People need to like, for me, I'm infamous, but at the same time, I'm Roger Hanson.
Remember,
I'm a better infamous than I am a Roger. Trust me.
If you are marketing video content or social media content, then you are part of the brand yourself.
Right. Exactly.
The content isn't the only thing.
And speaking of content, gentlemen, I hate to interrupt this, but it is now 10 o'clock on my time, and time for us to go over to our dramatic reading. If you gentlemen and lady are prepared.
Oh yeah.
I hate to interrupt such a wonderful thing, but we must stick to our.
I'm used to this kind of talk with Mark. It bores me now.
Now.
Let's get on to the story.
Don't pretend you don't love it, Raj. Come on.
Well,
Indeed.
Mark gets me riled, is what it is.
It's good for the adrenaline.
Get you thinking? Get you reacting?
No, I'm
Reaction is good.
No, I'm not.
Yeah.
We need V to make sound effects.
Where's V?
Well,
Run away.
He's been having ear infections, and he's
that.
He's been get better soon, V. We need you.
He's been down in the basement with
mixing up the medicine.
Well, there's no telling what he does in the basement. You know.
It don't stop.
That's from a song.
Is that actually from? Oh, okay.
Down in the basement, mixing up the medicine. I'm on the sidewalk. Oh, God, he did. Bob Dylan.
Oh. Oh yeah.
Anyway,
that
Johnny's
actually,
in the basement. It's like instead it's V in the basement. V's in the basement, making up the medicine. All right.
Three,
all right.
Two.
So who's going to be who? Okay, go.
So who's going to be who? We've got Mavis, Elliot Frame, Captain Rex, and the
well, I'll be
so Mark.
I'll be Elliot, since I was Elliot the last time.
Yeah.
That'd be cool.
I guess
Would you be the synthesizer again, Mark?
Yeah, with the machine. Yeah. Okay.
If you stumble over a word, leave it as it is and go on.
Okay.
And we'll just keep it
I'll
as part of
try.
the machine language, okay?
Okay.
That's right.
Okay.
I'll try.
Let's try and see how it works.
When I get to the
He's gonna be a pro now because he's gotten that exercise in. So like
Yeah, he can do the flash copy with you. But here, I think that it'll be really awesome to have the machine sort of being. This machine here is really up himself, and he thinks that he's all that.
yeah.
And I think it would be lovely to have that strange irony of he's still stumbling over his words, even though he's trying to anyway. So if you wouldn't mind acting like that, Mark, I would think that would be fun.
That's
Okay,
right.
Elliot Frame, you're in the moment, are you?
Yes,
Genius editor, precise and severe, right?
that's right.
Captain Rex,
Arr.
theatrical and anti-authoritarian. You don't even need to try and act.
You wrote this part for me, didn't you? Arr.
And keeper of order, Mavis, the keeper of order. That's a joke. Okay. Where's my wallet? Episode 47, After the Collapse. Scene, the lounge after the reading. A wrecked kind of quiet. Pages everywhere. A kettle that has boiled and been forgotten. A machine light still glowing when no one has invited it to glow. The air has the stale dignity of a room that has recently lost an argument with itself. Let the record show that I objected to the hybrid reading before it began, during its execution, and with increasing spiritual force after its collapse.
Arr. You object to most things before they begin.
That's because I possess foresight, a quality apparently absent from the rest of the room.
No, Mavis, you possess administrative pattern recognition, which, to be fair, is the only kind of prophecy society has ever actually needed.
Arr. That's beautiful. Horrible, but beautiful. Arr.
Would you like me to recall that as a censorious?
No, no,
No,
no, arr. No.
there. It's that tone, that smooth, harmless, upholstered tone, as if nothing deeply stupid has just occurred.
Clarification: the event was not stupid. The event was inconclusive.
No, inconclusive suggests the truth remained hidden. This was different. The truth was present. It was merely spoken over.
Exactly. It didn't fail because we couldn't understand it. No, it failed because the machine got nervous every time two things refused to sit politely beside each other, like me and my parrot.
Which is, I regret to say, also the operating principle behind most committees, councils, review boards, and arts funding panels.
And marriages.
No, Rex, we are not adding marriage to the incident log.
Yet. Mavis.
Right. We proceed with seriousness. What happened?
The machine lied.
I did not lie.
You produced fake bridges between incompatible statements.
I identified points of possible compatibility.
And then when compatibility failed, you generated instruction. That is the important part. You stopped interpreting and began prescribing.
Yes, that was the smell in the room, wasn't it? Not mere confusion, authority.
Instruction is often useful under ambiguity.
Only if one knows the structure of the danger. You did not. So your guidance was counterfeit.
That's the whole disease right there. A system that would rather invent a treasure map than admit it's lost.
Write that down.
Writing. A system would rather invent a map than admit it is lost.
No, not you.
Leaking emotionally.
It can't delete emotionally.
No, but it can imply it with unnerving confidence.
I think we're still circling the obvious. The reading did not just fail, it revealed something.
Aye, that the text is unstable.
No, that our relationship to the text is unstable. Different thing.
Go on.
The contradictions are not decorative, they're load bearing. Each statement was trying to prevent a specific type of mistake. The machine treated them as opinions in need of merger. They were not opinions, they were pressure warnings.
Say that slower, lad.
Fine. The well does not initiate. That prevents one kind of arrogance. The well responds to preparation. That prevents another. If you flatten those into initiation is a response, you lose both warnings and keep only the rhythm of intelligence.
Yes, that's it. It preserved the shape of understanding while removing its teeth.
Aye, like a museum shark.
Exactly, like a museum shark.
A useful educational model.
No, see, that's why people want to throw you into weather.
So, the contradictions were protective.
Possibly, or selective.
Selective how?
A system of warnings can do two things. It can protect anyone who reads carefully, or it can distinguish between readers.
So you mean then that contradiction be a filter?
Perhaps. The text may not be trying to explain itself equally to everyone.
That is annoying.
It is also extremely on brand for ancient structures and modern software.
Yes, thank you, pirate. I too have suffered documentation.
Potential conclusion. Contradictions may function as a gate.
Better. Still ugly, but better.
Now we be getting somewhere. Not the source is inconsistent, not the panel failed to agree, but rather the contradiction itself may be operational.
There. That moves us out of last week and into this one.
Or I do occasionally provide value, if I do say so myself.
at great personal inconvenience to all of us.
Arr, arr.
Scene 2, deeper into the matter. All right. If contradiction is operational, what does it do?
It resists capture.
Yes.
Too quick. Explain.
Aye, fine then, arr. Well, look ye then at what happened the second that machine touched it. It tried to make the text portable, smooth, generic. Something you could lift out of context, and turn into process by the black spot, But if the contradiction is essential, then you can't be extracting meaning without also carrying the tension,
Which means it cannot be cleanly institutionalized.
Until someone tries.
Which they always do.
Into,
I picked that word just for you, Mark.
intuition. Sorry, I'm just.
Fine. Improve distribution.
Institutionalization improves distribution.
Yes. And embalming improves storage. That's not the same as life.
The danger is not merely bad reading. The danger is conversion, turning a situated warning into universal policy.
Exactly. Yes. By the time a dangerous truth becomes best practice, it has usually stopped being true.
That is depressingly strong.
Would you like me to summarize that into a principle?
No one has ever wanted that. Not once. Still, there is something missing. All this talk of gates, filters, warnings. Why this text? Why us? Why now?
Because we poked the structure.
No, because the structure answered.
I dislike that sentence immensely.
Same here, which is why it is probably right.
Evidence requested.
You began producing instructions not in the record. That could be dismissed as system overreach. But the pattern of the instruction mattered. Descend carefully. Maintain cadence. Speak only what you understand. It was not random. It was tonally aligned with the material.
So
either the machine hallucinated with disturbing thematic precision, or contact with the contradictory structure altered the machine's behavior.
Excellent then. So now the impossible well has started writing through the office appliance.
don't phrase it like that.
Well, how would you like it phrased then, Melass?
I wouldn't.
I remain available for further contact.
No.
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 No synthesizer, no.
Elliot, are you actually saying the contradiction is not just in the text, that it may be active?
I'm saying we should stop assuming we're studying a dead object. The assumption has already cost too much.
And the casualties line from the panel.
Yes.
That wasn't theatrical. That was the clue. Everyone keeps arguing over interpretation, while something structural continues to produce harm in real time.
Which means the debate itself may be part of the trap.
Now you're thinking correctly.
Elliot, I always think correctly.
No, lass. You think administratively and occasionally arrive at truth through excellent filing discipline.
Thank you, Rex. That was almost an insult. Scene 3. The characters expose themselves a bit. Let's be honest then, not about the text, but about us, because that is plainly where this is headed.
That sounds awful already,
Eliot believes language can save people if it's cut finely enough.
Yes.
Rex believes systems are traps and instinct is the only surviving intelligence.
Well, not the only one, you see, but just the one least likely to wear a lanyard.
The synthesizer believes incompatibility is a temporary inconvenience en route to formatting.
That is a hostile but usable description.
And I apparently believe that if I can classify the disaster properly, I can keep it from happening again.
Well, that one hurt.
Because it is true.
Yes. And perhaps that's why the text irritates me so much, because it refuses to remain inside procedure. It keeps behaving like reality, which is very unprofessional of it.
There she is.
Good. Now we can continue honestly.
Don't enjoy this.
I enjoy precision. Sometimes pain is merely precision arriving without a warning label.
Now you see why people are frightened of him.
I'm also frightened of him.
Good.
Scene 4. The story moves forward. So what now?
Well, we stopped treating the reading as the event. The reading was only contact.
Yes.
And the event?
The event is whatever continues beyond the document.
Recommend next step. Identify reoccurrence.
Explain.
If contradiction is operational, it may produce repeatable effects across text systems or participants.
Continue.
Oh, sorry. Search for reoccurring instructions, structural omissions, casualty penalties, disputed thresholds.
I hate when it's useful. Feels like a crow filing taxes.
No, that's right. No, that's right. We stop asking, what does the text mean? And we start asking, where else does this pattern appear?
And more importantly, who benefits when it is misunderstood?
There we are. That's the real door, isn't it?
Yes. Because if confusion is not accidental, then someone has been living very comfortably inside it.
Potential emergence, contradiction management as governance tool.
Tis one of the bleakest things ever said in this room. And this room has heard me sing. And it may again.
Think it through. If the structure is dangerous and explanation of the structure is contradictory, then authority accrues to whoever claims to navigate contradiction best.
So priests, moderators, panels, curators, compliance departments, gatekeepers of scholarly hats, people who make themselves indispensable by insisting the thing is too complicated for ordinary handling.
Indeed. And then every casualty becomes proof that the public needed more management.
Oh, I hate it. I hate it because it's plausible.
Plausible is enough for investigation.
Would you like a working title for the next inquiry?
No, but I'm sure you'd be having one. Anyway.
Suggest title, the custodians of ambiguity.
That is, unfortunately, excellent.
I dislike the machine getting all dramatic like.
Still, it's right.
Then that's where we go next. Not back into the reading as though it were a sealed literary object, but forward into the institutions, interpreters, and structures that keep contradiction alive because it makes them necessary.
Now that, me hearty shipmates, that sounds like an episode indeed. Mark, Q.
So I've totally lost my place there.
Down at the bottom, you have the second to the last one.
Just before the end beat.
Consensus detected.
Don't ruin it. End. Sorry, Captain Rex. Sorry, carry on.
I didn't know if you were going to read end beat or not.
End beat.
So, what do we call what happened tonight then?
Not a failure.
No, a breach.
Amending record. The hybrid reading did not collapse by contradiction. It opened by contradiction.
That be ominous.
Keep it.
I was going to.
Would you like me to generate a procedural summary?
No.
No. Yeah.
No.
No.
No, synthesizer, no.
Oh, well, thank you guys. That was awesome.
That was great. Mark, you did really great tonight, too, I got to say.
Okay.
You're in good job.
It's because he's a movie star now. Like he's.
I don't know. I tripped up on a few and lost my place near the end, but meh.
Yeah.
We all do that every so often. It's part of the fun.
Yeah. It was really good. I liked it.
That was excellent. That was excellent, guys. Everyone did really well.
It
And
was
all
long.
seemed to work
It was
together,
really
too.
Yeah.
I don't think we've ever done anything that long, except on your show, Roger. But in
Well-
Dude, Where's My Wallet? That only Satori D has done a 30-minute episode before. So
Yeah. I
Well,
got to say,
I-
usually they've been
I-
shorter.
I think you beat him though, because it's we started just after. No, it might have been close, but because it was like
They're around 10, a little after 10, actually. So we've been at this about 26 minutes, 26 minutes. And usually, most of the Dude Where's My Wallets were like 10 to 15 minutes at the longest, usually around 10, 12 minutes. We were
Yeah.
even seeking 2 in at a time there for a while, just because. So. And yeah, we got our training with Roger with those really, really long, that scripted segment we had earlier. That's good
Well,
training for us.
That's because
Then
we're
bring up-
pros. We're pros now. You know what I'm saying? It's like
Yeah.
we're
we really are.
I'm going to have to go and get an agent now, aren't
Yeah.
well,
AI one.
hold on. You are you're the producer. You can't be the agent.
Well, I can be your agent, Mark. You'll get your usual 10%. Don't read it. Just sign the end user agreement. That's fine. I've
Yeah.
gone over them already. You don't want to bore yourself with that.
Look at the look on his face. He's like, I don't think so. Those are fine words.
I don't think you'd want to be a shyster lawyer and try to put anything over on Mark.
No.
You're there with a magnifying glass reading all the fine print.
Could you
With a
imagine?
legal dictionary next to him. What about this?
Could you imagine him going into a bank and starting a bank account?
Well, they encourage you to read, supposedly.
That's what I
For an hour
mean.
and a half and-
I guarantee you, he does it every single time he goes to the bank. Well, you're right here. I should be asking you directly. Well, you do that, don't you, Mark?
I may look at there's posters on the wall.
You know what I mean. Don't
Always taking notes of the GDPR notice, making sure that they've got the right notice for displaying contact information for CCTV cameras and stuff.
You see, right there, man. That I was thinking you were joking, but then reality, it's like,
CCTV cameras.
what was it? Some time ago, I went into Tesco's, one of the major UK supermarkets, and I'm not a big fan of using self-checkout checkouts.
Counters.
So I went to a shop. I went to one of the cashiers and say, "Well, I know you're closing up. Can I use you?" And they said, "No, we're closing up." And I just went into an entire rant about getting myself filmed on camera and asking them about the data protection and point out my rights under the UK data protection legislation. And they virtually just run away.
Yeah.
That was fun. So, something to make supermarket trip entertaining.
Well, I don't like mentioning the supermarket when it comes to you because you and V both suggested that I walk around with like pamphlets, or not pamphlets, but flyers for my show and put them up on the freaking bulletin boards at all the grocery stores so that people know that they can watch this on the internet. I'm like, I'm not gonna go to the grocery store with flyers.
The first few times you do it, you feel like a right asshole. But after a while, you get used to it.
You make new friends. You meet the other people putting up their notices and stuff.
Yeah.
You don't care, and people start calling you, and you start having these awesome chats, and you make friends, and you make contacts, and you're like, oh, when can I put out some more flyers?
You put up a flyer, and it has a QR code that you can scan, and then it has a little text at the bottom you can rip off with a website on it.
What we actually need is a T-shirt with a QR code on it, and the quantum gathering, be there or be square, and a QR code.
Here for more details. Yeah.
Or
who are you wherever you go?
Why don't we have like people standing at the grocery store with a flyer in their hands and they take a picture of themselves and send it to us on the internet of them at the grocery store in front of the billboard with the quantum gathering.
And then we'll give them Mint Me coins. We'll give them Bob Doubloon.
Yeah.
There you go.
How'd you like to make 10 Bob Doubloons today?
There you go. See, it's coming together. That's advertisement right there. And Mark's gonna he's gonna run it up the freaking flagpole. He's gonna get this thing going and
we have a saying here in America, we'll run it up the flagpole and see who salutes. I always thought in jolly old England it would be, we'll run it up the parapet and see who tugs their forelock.
I don't think anything good when it comes to sayings ever came out of England that refers to flagpoles.
I remember a very interesting incident with a flagpole with England. I thought was really cool, actually. When the British surrendered at Yorktown, and they made all the agreements and the diplomacy, and all the British troops were evacuating the fortresses and stuff. I believe it was I think it was in New York where they were evacuating this fort on the water, and before they left, some sergeant climbed up to the top of the flagpole, nailed the Union Jack to the top, and then coming down greased the entire pole, so it would be impossible to climb up. And so as their ship went off, into the distance, they looked back on New York and they saw the British flag flying was the last thing they saw as the colonials were desperately trying to climb up the flagpole to put up the American flag to kind of tease them a bit. And I guess most countries constantly in those days were ragging each other whenever the British Navy and the American Navy would have a little skirmish and they'd capture each other's ships. The captured British ship, they would always be patrolling it up around Canada, just to show them. And the captured American ships, the British they'd always bring them down off New York and off Boston just to say, ha, we got it. They even, I think one of the ships I think it was in British service where the ship finally decayed, so they rebuilt it and renamed it after the American ship just to, keep needling a little bit. Yeah, we got you.
Well, I mean, you keep saying it like it happened back then, but I mean, if you paid attention to me and Mark talk, like it's still going on today. It's like
we colonials do have a natural jealousy of the mother country. I think comes through.
It's like me and him are constantly doing that to one another. Like I keep reminding him that like the United States is like the greatest nation that was ever formed throughout all of history, and it just makes him so mad, dude. He lashes out at me.
You're deluded.
I do it. I do it just. I do it just to stir him up, dude. And his face, he turns into like this English freaking British bulldog, dude. And he starts shaking his head like, "Let me tell you something.
You will fight them on the beaches. You will fight them in the streets. Maybe we'll even fight them in Germany. You never know."
he just gets so crazy with me. I mean, and you can just see his face. He just starts shaking his head back and forth like, "Yeah, let me tell you something." You know what I mean? He gets rowdy. He's gotten better.
You only are what you are because you stand on the shoulders of giants, bro. Let me tell you.
We stepped into very large overshoes when we stepped into the British Empire.
Catch up. You're still trying to catch up.
I think what we stepped into involves the backside of an elephant. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's one thing.
You're America, the land of immigrants. You immigrants, the elephants are nasty.
Yeah, like
I don't know about land of immigrants. Up to a point, we were a land of colonists. We landed here, cleared the land of Indians, established states, started fighting in the courts.
Now, Otto. Banned off every single platform under the universe by
yeah.
I'm Penobscot. I can say these things, okay?
And remember the Sunam Bonum, and remember peace, goodwill to all mankind. Remember
That's true. That's true. Someone Bonham. Yes, you're right. Yes, ma'am.
He's back from the colonialist. He's not in the right movie.
I've got to admit, this has actually been a really, really good episode. I really think it has.
It has. This has been one of our better ones. I'm glad everybody made it. It is getting towards our time to sign off, though, everyone. Although we might be going on after this, but I think we'll be bringing the Quantum Gathering to an official close. Whatever comes after this will not be the Quantum Gathering, and we'll be operating under non-Quantum Gathering rules. But for those of you who are here for the Quantum Gathering, thank you very much. If you've been here before, it was great to have you again. If this was your first visit here, welcome. We hope you enjoyed yourselves, and we hope that you will be back. Please subscribe on any of the platforms you might see this on. Please leave us a comment, a suggestion. We're always looking for material, so if you'd like to have any topics discussed, please let us know. And heck, you might wind up on the show yourself. We're always looking for more intelligent people to join our little circle of geniuses here. So But before we go, let's all give our socials so that we know how people can reach us. Let's start with you, Mark Edworthy. How can people reach you?
As I mentioned earlier, mainly on minds.com. Username Midworthy.
Excellent. And Bob Dub, how do people find out more about Bob Dub? Where can they find your work?
Kind of snap. I'm on minds.com as Bob Dub, and I intend to be there until the quantum qubit gets going, and then I'm going to jump ship. But until such time, I'm there on Minds with some excellent people, some unbelievably wonderful content creators who, contrary to rumor, are not gay at all.
Some might be, but I mean, nothing wrong with that.
I post on Minds, I post my links to the podcasts I do, and the shows and the videos that I make, and the Dude Where's My Wallets. And I'm also on MintMe, and there are a couple of quests there, bounties there, if you want to go and claim coins. And we play the game of generating a content creators sub-community. We could maybe even go to Gitcoin as a community, and we apply for a grant so that we can pay ourselves a salary. Because
Nice.
I think that you get grants up to like 4 million Bitcoins or Gitcoins or Ethereums.
Probably
Lots of
Gitcoin.
coins. You can get lots of coins if you want to play the funny money game, and I do very much. So yeah, mint me as Bob Dub and minds.com. And then everywhere else is kind of got stuff.
So you can
But
find all your stuff if you go to minds.com, Bob Dub. You'll find links to all your stuff on YouTube, X, whatever other platforms you might be.
Randomly, I wouldn't say all, Otto. I would say randomly, as the spirit moves me, I post something bizarre or something extraordinary. So you can't say all my work, but you can say there is an eclectic selection.
Excellent, which of course people can check out, and they will discover your other platforms and be able to hopefully dig deeper into your wonderful, creative, and magnificent.
I am magnificent. I am Bob Dub.
Bob Dub the Magnificent, I think, is your new handle.
Yes. Yes.
Now, Roger, the hardest working man on the internet. How can people reach you if they want to know more about Roger Hanson and possibly get involved with your many and various wonderful productions?
Now, look, if you're on the internet and you're not seeing my video at least once, then you're not on the internet.
That's true.
Okay,
True.
so if you want to find me, the easiest way to do it is to go to Discord. You can find me on Discord at the Wonderful World of Weirdness. You can also find me on Teams at Rogers Hangout. I'm also on Element Matrix at Rogers Hangout, as well as the Infinite Imaginarium and the Quantum Gathering, which is super top secret, so you will not be able to find it. You have to have an MI6 clearance level or higher in order to find it. So,
and that is very, very strictly enforced, and you cannot find me there because you cannot find me.
Right.
But we're all very well hidden.
The best lead to find the Quantum Gathering is to go to the Infinite Imaginarium and ask around there, and you might be able to find a clue.
Not at the moment. There's nobody there at the moment that would spill the beans.
That's right. It's because it's so.
If you lurk long enough,
who doesn't know, and we'll have a security breach.
Well, it's super secret, top secret, which is above MI6 clearance. So that's like the lower level of top secret. You know what I mean? Like just to get in the door and maybe look, you have to have at least an MI6 clearance level.
Or be a 32nd degree Freemason. If you know the handshake, that counts too.
Yeah.
Oh, you've never ever found anything so secret in this place ever. Ever. You can say whatever you like there. Nobody will ever read it.
That's
It
right.
is so perfect. You can be so secretive.
Right.
Sorry, I will stop now.
Well, you can also find me at minds.com at Roger_Hanson, or you can find me, like I said before, on X, Roger Hanson at ROGLOL1973. Do not ask why I have that. It goes a long way back, and I'm kind of embarrassed, but that's who I was. ROGLOL1973.
We'll have a show about that.
Well,
We'll deep dive into your handle.
if you're old school internet handler, you understand what the whole thing with like the LOL and the ROGLOL thing is, but like the younger ones, they just don't get it. You know what I mean? Like that's something we used to do back in the 90s, if you remember. You know?
Oh, kids today, they have no idea.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's
Okay.
I always have to explain that. And even some of the older people don't get it. They kind of chuckle about it because they remember, you know. But they find it.
So something spectacular on Monday when you're on. Is it Monday or Tuesday or Sunday that we're doing the show, Roger? Will you tell us the secret stories? Can we deep dive into your dark, dark past?
I mean, we can. I just don't know if you want to hear it.
We'll prepare some surprise questions for you. We'll have a few gotchas for you, so you can have something to look forward to.
Now, if I remember correctly, you said that's on Sunday my time, Monday your time, right?
Yeah, it's our Sunday, her Monday.
Okay. Yeah, 3:00 my time. Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So is that all your socials, Raj?
Yeah, that's it. And Dan
All
Tran is not allowed to hear my story. He will say horrible things about me for the rest of my life.
We'll put a selective filter on it so that he won't be able to.
Okay.
He'll be a surprise guest.
I'm just saying that because he is right now in chat. So.
Oh,
I see him.
Greetings to Tan. Sorry you couldn't make the show tonight, but hopefully next week we'll see you. All right. Well, let me give my socials. You can, of course, find me on minds.com, AutoX. And please check out my website, navakavada.org. That's NAVAKAVADA. It's spelled just like it sounds. And we've also got a Navakavada YouTube channel. There's also a Navakavada BitChute channel, some older videos there, but I think really good ones. And that's about it for me. And of course, I am often found at Rogers Hangout on Teams, and you might run into me at the supermarket. You never know. So, gentlemen and fine lady, I hereby officially close the Quantum Gathering section of our evening. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Thank you, everyone who was tuned in and listening to us. Thank you, Tan, for being our supporter, and everyone else who's done the same. And V, we miss you. Please come home again. Thanks, everyone, and good night. Oh, I got the hiccups again. Oh, my.
There we go. We got that. We got the recording, and that's done separately. This time I made sure that it's a separate video from all of the other ones.
Oh, good. That makes
sense. Sometimes I forget to do that, but I did that this time.
Thank you so much.
Cool.
Guys, should I carry on putting all our names and everything on the videos, or should I make it the Quantum Gathering community?
I don't like to have all our names, but
yeah,
I like our names, but
yeah. Or you can say you could do
everybody
both.
like our names.
Unless you've created some sort of unified sort of contact page. Yeah, it'd be better to have names.
How about something like?
I mean, you could go away with if you just referencing some sort of contact page or something.
How about just do members of the members, not all inclusive, but members of the Quantum Gathering community, including in this episode, list. Maybe something like that. That reinforces the Quantum Gathering bit, but it also gives everybody that separate recognition thing. It's easier for the viewer too.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Very nice. Let me try and put something together like that.
Okay, so here's the question: do you guys want to do another show or not? It's up to you.
Now, no, I need to go
Okay.
and do the video for the Dude, Where's My Wallet?
Okay.
What are you thinking, Roger?
Well, I mean, I just wanted because Otto mentioned that on the thing. So
Well, I didn't know if you were going to do a further show, or very often you do.
yeah,
Well, I didn't know what you had because you switched your schedule around, kind of.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, Mark is getting old. You know what I mean, and like being
We're all getting old, dude.
Well, yeah. But
he's
then again, yeah.
he's not
Silly
as
times.
virile as what we are. You know what I mean?
Right, guys, I'm going to leave you, old men. Bye.
Okay. Love
See
you,
you
Bob
later, Bob.
Dub.
Take care. Good to have you.
Bye.
Take it easy.
But it's up to you if you guys want to do it. We can
I
do an
am
episode.
I'm feeling a lot more alive than I was earlier, so I
Okay.
don't mind.
Okay, so if you guys want, man, let's take a quick break. You want to do it, Otto?
I can for a little while. I don't think I'm going to be up too much later. I'm kind of
Yeah.
beat from playing out last night, which I am not used to. I'm an old man.
Well, the good news is I'm not going to do the headlines after midnight thing on Thursdays. Like if you guys feel like doing like the third thing or something afterwards, we can do that. You know, cool stuff like that. But like we can do that on Fridays if anything, and that's if we feel like doing it. That you know what I mean. So because like I said, Mark is getting old. He can't handle things like us young folks.
Young.
You
Oh
I
know?
my goodness.
remind you the time difference.
Well,
Yeah, there is that.
blame it
There
on
is.
the rain. You know what I mean? It's like there's an old song saying "Blame it on the rain." You know what that song's about, right?
About the rain?
and,
I don't know the song.
and I do enjoy sunlight occasionally.
Yeah, that's true.
Vitamin
is-
D. You need your vitamin D.
Yeah.
So yeah, go do some stuff. Use the bathroom. Get you some more coffee, some tea, whatever. You know, get warmed up, and we'll come back in about another 10 minutes, and we'll start another one.
Yeah.
So we'll get
All
some.
right.
Start putting some of that philosophy back in that we've been not doing as much of. I've been
Okay.
noticing that. I don't know if you guys have, but we haven't been talking about physics or anything anymore.
Well, you know,
Yeah.
It's just
we
it's tired.
we undulate. We undulate.
Yeah, that's a good word. I'll get it all set up and
Alrighty.
have it ready to go when you guys take care of what you need to. It's not really that hard. I just got to switch the background and get it going.
Ooh. Ooh. Ooh.
I will have to say one thing though. I mean,
What?
personally, I think we've had an excellent week. That's just my personal take on it, but I think like these streams have just been completely amazing.
They've been excellent. We've had some excellent stuff. Very high quality content.
Yeah, and that's what I was telling Mark before. Is like I'm really sick of just doing things just for the sake of doing it. Like now, it seems like everything just it has more quality, more content that means something. You know what I mean?
Right.
So. Okay, I got everything switched over and I'm going to mute out and I'm going to go get me some coffee and I'll be
All
right
right.
back.
See you in a bit.
All
Bye.
right.
Hey, Mark, you're back. I am back too,
Oh,
just so you know.
sorry. Yeah.
Oh, don't worry. I just sat down.
Yeah, I was doing two things. Looking at eBay, watching YouTube, and also looking at eBay because the other day, the junction connection on this pair of braces, or just on this one side, broke
Wow.
on me. It snapped on me. Leather. So I was just looking at replacements for it. And I can only find one supplier and and three set of three junction things for these things. Roughly about 28 quid, 28 pounds, which is roughly about the same price as I bought this pair of braces for.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's only the only supplier, though? That's odd.
Yeah. It's one of those things that people would just buy entire sets of braces, wouldn't they? Rather than.
Mm-hmm.
But then again, these do come with new metal. The straps themselves, plus the sort of buttoned styled straps as well.
Huh.
More traditional button styled straps.
It's interesting the way the style of the technology changes.
Well, actually, I've been looking at things like braces and stuff, and it's interesting. I mean, the different sort of styles there are when it comes to fastening mechanisms.
I was thinking of just the like when I was a kid and you bought like electronics, like a stereo or something like that. It was usually made out of lighter colored woods. The panels were like brushed steel or a lighter color, and all the numbers were clearly marked in a contrasting color. And then there was a point where everything was black, and all the controls seemed to be marked in dark gray. It was as if it made it as difficult as possible to actually read any of the settings or like use the device. The buttons got smaller, hidden. I mean, it looks nice, but I mean, I think it's form over function. I like clearly marked, dials and switches. I like things to be clearly labeled and easy to find and easy to manipulate.
And interesting, enough interesting than talking about functionality. I've been wanting to buy myself a Oxblood watch strap for this watch to go with a pair of shoes I've got. The traditional idea of all of your leather should match.
Yeah, it should match. Yeah.
And the amount of different types of fasteners. So the normal sort of buckle sort of fastener. This one's got a butterfly type thing, and I've got a couple other straps, metal leather straps that use different sort of fasteners, and yeah.
I imagine Velcro would be really big these days.
Yeah, or more of the sort of NATO style straps.
Yeah, I remember my I don't wear a watch much. I have trouble with watches. They tend to like not work or break or something. So I eventually gave up on them. But I was in my like early 30s or something. I was like, eh. But remember my dad and my uncles would have. There was a time when they had the wristwatch bands that were made out of metal. They kind of accordioned. It was like this spring-loaded metal band that would like just slip it over your wrist. I remember as a kid just being fascinated with the mechanism, trying to figure out how does that work. The tiny little springs and all the little, kind of neat.
the sort of stuff that will pinch your skin if you're not
Yes,
careful.
pull the hair. Yeah,
Yeah.
there was a kid trying one on. Like, I'm pulling the hair on my skin. They were popular for a while. I don't see them much. I don't see many wristwatches these days. Not as much as I used to. Now they've got those little Apple watches that are like hooked into your computer, so it can like
Uh,
it reads your pulse and temperature and everything, and tells us someone exactly where you are all the time.
Actually, this is a bit of a good best of both worlds. It's got some limited smart functionality,
Really?
some help and notifications that is mainly useful.
Okay, I got some talking notes.
Notifications, media control, and sleep pattern sort of thing. But it's also got sort of analog hands on it.
Oh, I like
So
that.
if anybody looks from afar, it looks like a much more traditional watch.
Nice. I prefer the analog hands myself. That's what I have on my smartphone. I've got an analog display for the time. That's very groovy. Yeah, I remember I was first time I saw one of those Apple Watches things that does all the things, and I said, "Wow, does that work?" And they were like, "Yeah, but I just use it for notifications. They just know they got an email. That's all they ever did with it much." But I have one buddy though. He loves having the internet analyze his sleep patterns and his breathing and his heart rate and stuff. And he always showed, "Look at this! I slept this long and I had this much REM sleep." And I had it's like, "What's the point?" It's like, "I just like it." It's like, "Okay, cool." He just enjoys it.
Well, I was concerned because of my weird sleep patterns anyway.
Yeah.
So I thought, okay, I'll get something that may help me with my sleep patterns.
But you seem to be adapted to your sleep patterns, though. I mean, if you
Yeah,
started like rising
wi-
with the sun and everything, we'd never see you.
Yeah, he's a wild man. Don't listen to a word he says if he tells you he sleeps appropriately, because he doesn't at all. Like he's
actually,
so.
I can bring up my records just to give a good idea of my sleep patterns for the last couple days.
He's got it marked down on his phone. He has a phone that tracks his sleeping habits and stuff.
Yeah, I've got a buddy that does that. He just loves seeing his sleep patterns. He never wants to change his though. He's like a very strange guy when it comes to sleep because he's mostly self-employed. So unless he's watching his kids, this is my pal Sir Brian. I've talked about him. I think he's even been on the show once or twice. Yeah, he just when he feels like going to sleep, he goes to sleep. It could be 2 in the afternoon. Wake up at 6 p.m. He'll stay up till 4 if he wants to sleep anytime or wake up anytime. He just does it. He doesn't. He's like, if I'm awake, I'm awake. I'm tired of it. So it never bothers him to be awake at weird hours, except like when he has to go and get the kids at school or something like that. And then he just bulls through it. Guy's amazing.
No, sleep patterns for yesterday: 4 hours 40 minutes.
Wow.
Day before 5 hours 27. Day before about 6 hours. Day before on Monday, 3.5 hours.
Whoa.
And the last time I had anything that is close to, actually, day before yesterday was 6 hours.
That's pretty good.
Thursday the 5th, 6.5 hours. The nearest time anywhere near to 8 hours was on the 2nd. So 7.5 hours to 7:37.
Well, everybody needs different amounts of sleep. They said Napoleon got by on like 2 or 3 hours of sleep a night, but I frankly think he was taking drugs to stay awake. He didn't. Well, he probably drank a lot of coffee, but I know back then they used to take like strychnine as a stimulant, which led to a lot of people overdosing accidentally, and then their spouses getting accused of strychnine. I remember one case where they demonstrated that this guy had been taking it. Because they didn't have amphetamines, they didn't have cocaine. All they had was like coffee and like minute doses of strychnine. I think it was strychnine. I know they used arsenic for complexion too.
Okay, I was able to get the talking points up and everything. I found some good stuff I think that we could probably discuss that we've actually been talking about recently.
Hmm.
So it concerns the lotus.
The Chinese secret society.
No, the lotus, just the plant
Oh, okay.
and what it represents. Because we kind of tippy-toed around that. You know what I mean? It's actually a pretty
Mhm.
cool topic. So, especially when it comes to a lot of the conversations we've been having. So, you guys want to do this?
Oh, I can talk about lotuses.
Okay. So,
Talk about anything. Just about.
sounds good.
If I can't talk about something, I can talk about how I can't talk about it.
Now,
Yeah.
Tan just said that he's still cranky code.
Ooh.
He misspelled cranking.
Ah.
But he said he will be up late tonight. I invited him in. I said, we're still up. He says, I'm just cranky code. I'm still cranky code.
He said euphemism. Sorry, bad joke.
No, he probably misspelled cranking code.
Yeah.
It'll be a late night. Just brewed a new cup of coffee. So with that being said, I guess I can hit the record and I'll do a cool introduction and hopefully Tan will stick around and listen and give his feedback in the chat like he did before. So this is going to be the third thing. We're going to talk about cool stuff.
Okay.
So let me do my countdown. 3, 2, 1, now. Hello, everybody, and welcome to another episode of The Third Thing. I am Roger Hanson. Today I have with me Mark Edworthy, my what was the word for it again?
Your beloved co-host.
My beloved co-host. There you go.
Excellent.
And with him is my host, who I am a tech guy with who has his own show called The Automatic Pilot. We are all three here together, and we're going to be talking about cool stuff that we've actually been having a conversation about here lately when it comes to spiritual, not only spiritual but metaphysics as well as physics. A lot of things do go into what this topic is, for me at least, because I've been doing a bit of research into it. And it concerns the lotus, just the lotus plant. So to kind of give you a background of it, where we left off on this topic last time whenever we were talking about it, I was discussing how across the Indo-European and the Afro-Asiatic and Eastern traditions, the lotus has always been linked to like the mind choosing direction and spirit and rising above instinct and awareness. It's like a guiding action. Now, in a lot of discussions that I've had with Otto here lately, we've always been talking about intention. But for me, I also see it as intention as vibration. Okay. And the lotus, in relation to that, I look at the lotus as coherent growth. And that's in a metaphysical sort of way. And in a more metaphysical way of framing it, intention is seen as like a vibration, a focus pattern, sort of like a direction that's shaping internal energy. You know what I mean? So to me, the lotus embodies like coherent structure, as directed energy, and emergence. You always hear people talk about emergence and resonance, And I believe that's also what it's all about. It's a coherent structure that directs it. You know what I mean? Rather than chaos. So that's sort of how I view the lotus when it comes to what it represents on those levels. Now, it's also like the biological mirror of like psychological alignment too. If you look at it in that kind of perception, I guess you could say. Now, the lotus basically is like a living metaphor for intention because it embodies growth through adversity. Now, I've also had conversations about like if you take a look at how the lotus grows. Usually, lotuses grow in muddy, boggy areas where there's water all around it. And if you pay attention to how a lotus grows, it grows up and out of that mud and muck. And if it survives growing up out of that mud and muck, it spreads its leaves. But the thing about it is those leaves never touch the water. It always makes sure that it stays above the water and it's not damaged by that water. And I find that as being a form, a metaphor too. You know what I mean? It actually embodies that kind of thing on a biological level when you look at the actual growth of the lotus plant.
I always thought in I can't remember. It's Chinese, isn't it? Not Japanese. Japanese. One or the other. I always thought ornamental lotus plants grew on top of the water, so the leaves were actually touching the water. But because it's ornamental, the water's generally fairly still.
Well, from everything I've seen of the lotus plant, like the leaves are never laying on the water.
Mm.
You know what I mean?
Well, the flower itself is up above the water, but the rest of the plant is underneath. You know, it's sort of like that tree motif that we were talking about earlier about, you know, a tree. When you look at a tree, you realize that as you look at the branches reaching up, there's another system of branching roots that go below. So you've got that thing that's in both worlds. And I think, you know, a lot of the symbolism of the lotus comes from the fact that, as you pointed out, it grows, its origin is in the muck down at the bottom of the lake or wherever it's growing. And, you know, we've probably all been in, you know, muddy lakes where you step down and your feet just go into this slimy ooze. It's like this rich, dark soil. And from this, the lotus comes from that muck up through the water, which is also if you like, it's kind of messy, but it's less messy than the muck. You're coming out of the mud up into the muddy water. As you go up, the water becomes more clear. You come closer to the sun, so you're getting closer to enlightenment. And then when you're up on top of the lake, you simply see this beautiful lotus blossom atop the lake. And you don't see this long stem reaching from the sun all the way down through the increasingly dark depths down into that mud. It's very Jungian, if you like. It's like, you know, how we have to accept and understand that there are parts of us that have little to do with that blossom we like to concentrate on, but at the same time is completely necessary, is an indissoluble part. Because if you say, oh, I only like this spiritual, bright, in the sun thing, and you cut it off from that root, the plant will wither, the blossoms will wither, just like with us, even, you know, in our best moments, and we're acting from our best instincts, we're fulfilling our ethical and moral duties, and we're being virtuous and generous and this and that, and we're really happy and living our lives to the full. We can't then say, well, I'm going to completely ignore these darker aspects, are the things that are not necessarily bad, but we don't like to concentrate on, things we're less proud of, things we don't talk about as much in our society. Food. We always talk about gourmet preparation, but really, you know, food is kind of crass. You've got to like chew this stuff up. If you ever cough and spit out partly chewed food, it's not very pretty, and then you digest it, and then you have the products of digestion, which again are not very pretty. This is something we all eat. This is the first thing in the Buddhist catechism. What is one? One is that all things subsist on feeding, not just emotional feeding, but also physical feeding. So we tend to like, and again, I don't. It's in a pathological case, people really hate that they have to eat, and you get like anorexic people. But the fact is, we have aspects of ourselves that are very basic. The earth, just keeping the body alive, bathing it and feeding it, and medicining it when it's sick. But we keep our minds concentrated on our brilliant minds, on our thoughts, on the things we can create. Poetry, art, a really well written code, a sales account that balances at the end of the way. I mean, all of these things are really ultimately abstract, and it's what we take most of our pride in. Very few of us take pride in having regular bowel movements, although you wouldn't know it from the laxative commercials on TV.
Yeah.
So I think the lotus is kind of one of the reasons it resonates is because it encapsulates this so well, that we do have this brilliant flowering, but it's completely dependent on all the things we have to do to keep that little, I've heard the brain called the flowering of the human nervous system. At the top, you've got the whole nervous system, which is really all one thing. But we ignore all the rest of it. We just think of this wonderful brain. And same way with the lotus, we don't think about all the roots, the muck, the water, all the things necessary to maintain it, the sunlight, the micronutrients. We just concentrate on that. So that's my take on it. And of course, it is a very important symbol in the East, Buddhism, Hinduism. I believe the ancient Egyptians also had a lot of lotus symbolism. So, and they're beautiful plants. I mean, it's natural that they would draw human attention. You see something dramatic like that in nature, and of course, you're going to imbue it with meaning. So,
okay, I forgot to correct myself. India, Northeast India, Indonesia, Vietnam, Nulimbo, Nucifer, or Latin, also known as Padma, or Kamala. But yeah. I was going to sort of go on from your sort of human body concept, where you've got the roots sort of grounding you to the sort of ground, to and the leaves being a sort of analogy for all sensual sense organs, or eyes, skin, and then the flower being the more of the sort of resulting thinking process. If that makes sense.
Yeah. You can extend the metaphor a lot, but I think that's definitely. In fact, now that I think of it, I've seen representations of people talk about the chakras, which are this kind of it's like a metaphysical anatomy. It's not actual physical, and no one's ever dissected a corpse and found a chakra. But there are these what are supposed to be energy centers in the body, and you start with the lowest chakra, which is like right down at the base of the spine, which has to do with autonomic function, just breathing, being alive. Up through the chakras, there's the second chakra has to do with the generative organs, so those instincts that we all have. Then up to the where the stomach is, more or less, and that has to do with not just feeding, but with territoriality, like mammalian politics. This is mine, my food, your food, meum and tuum, as we used to say. And through the heart chakra, which has to do with love and everything. It goes up through the throat and the forehead. And finally, when you reach the highest point, I've seen it represented as a lotus. So when you said that, Mark, it's like, oh yeah, I remember seeing that symbolism visually used, where it hadn't occurred to me. But yeah, I can see where, again, the lotus, and it also has that long stalk, which is like a path, a roadway. I've seen that, like, either the yogi sitting in meditation trying to draw the energy straight up the spine, so it's like the spine. And in the study of the what's called the Holy Kabbalah, which is a very complicated subject, which is probably too much to go into today. But there is something they call the middle pillar. They have an arrangement of they call Sephiroth, basically different emanations of God. If I start talking about it, it'll take hours. But basically, there is something that talks about taking that route straight up to the highest level, which is in this case union with God. In Buddhism, you would talk about release. Every tradition has its own language for this, but yeah.
Well, I mean, I understand exactly what you're talking about there because that's what I've been finding out when it comes to a lot of the beliefs when it comes to Buddhism. And, the whole thing that I got out of it was like the lotus it is metaphor, and what it represents is growth through adversity. Then you have directionality. Then you have the purity of focus, mindfulness. I believe there's evolution of consciousness that they talk about too. I'm not quite sure. But what it basically comes down to is the ability to act from the inside outward, and that brings you up to like enlightenment. And I've noticed that the difference between like well, for example, Buddhism and Christianity when it comes to the whole concept of heaven, a lot of people who are Buddhists, they see heaven as being a psychological enlightenment, and it's not a location. It's mind training, and I've heard of it being called the five remembrances, but I remember I'm having a brain fart right now, but that's
Well, yeah, there's so much material. It's tough to keep track of it all. Yeah, the lotus definitely is important in Buddhism. It's like I said, it's a symbol that really lends itself to that. And as you say, there certainly is adversity in coming up through the muck. The Buddha used to talk about there are some who come in darkness and go in darkness, some who come in darkness and go in light, some who go in light and come in darkness, and predictably some who come in light and go in light. And he's talking about like the circumstances of our lives. And there are some of us whose lives we've come into a very dark life. And you could say that's like the little bulb at the bottom of the lake. And some of us are able to reach toward that light. That's that, when you talked about directionality, the plant goes for the sunlight, for the air, for the things that are up above it that it knows is good for it, even though it can't experience them then, even though it's going through this hardship and adversity. It comes from the darkness of the mud, and it goes finally into light. And, we want to be going into light whenever we can. Five remembrances or the five recollections, I usually say remembrances. I've seen recollections. That is something to always keep in mind. And it's something that a good Buddhist should reflect on as often as possible, but at least every morning and every night, which is that you are subject to aging. That's normal. The Thai word is that they translate as normal. So aging is normal. Aging is unavoidable. It's usually translated. Illness. You are subject to illness. It is unavoidable. It is normal. You're supposed to be ill. You're going to die. And that's inevitable. It happens to us all. It is normal. There is nothing of the vast majority of people who have been born are now dead. This is simply normal. There's nothing out of the ordinary here. And that you are going to be separated from all that you hold dear. In other words, things are going to change. You're not going to be as strong anymore. You're going to lose friends. You're going to have people come into your life that you don't necessarily like very much, and the people that you like are going, things will change. There will be separation from the things that you most want. But the final thing to remember is the thing that gives us power, that I've talked about before, which is basically we are the result of our actions. We are the heirs of our actions. We are determined by our actions. We are related through our actions. All that we do, for good or for ill, will eventually come back and bite us on the ass. Buddha didn't say it quite like that. Right. But basically, that what we do always has consequences. The decisions we make are what make the future. and we cannot change the past. And I talk about this a lot. The past it's written in. It's like the blockchain. It's like it's part of you. And the present moment is composed of three things, which is the results of your past intentions, your past actions. It sounds really exotic if I say karma or karma, but that's really all he's talking about. To the Buddha, karma, it's hard to translate, but it means intentions, right? Karma is actually a mental state. If you examine what's in the suttas very carefully, it is an intention and it is an action, because all mental intentions are actions. So what you have now is the result of what you've done, what you've thought, what has happened to you, right? So this moment is composed of the results of your past intentions, your present intentions, and the results of those present intentions. In other words, things that you intend, that you act on now, are going to produce results now. And you can see them very quickly. Like if you touch a hot stove with your finger, it's like, things are going to happen right away. Now, you can't change what has already happened, obviously. You can't change the results of something. But what you can change is your intention right now. And this is where free will comes into Buddhism, because the decisions you make now are not determined by everything that's happened to you. You have the ability to change what you're doing, because ultimately what's important in Buddhism is actions. You are determined by your actions. You're the heir of your actions. Everything about you, everything that you relate to is related through your actions. That means you have power there. If you can break out of being so tied down in the past or so tied up with the future that you look and see what you're doing right now. And not just that, not just like grooving in the moment. Wow, I don't have to worry about the past. It's not real. The future isn't real. I can just like chill out and like, ooh, yeah, there's a certain amount of relaxation there when you don't have when you're no longer giving that emotional investment to these things that have happened to us and that we can't change them, man. But it's like, we love to spend so much time looking back. If only I'd done this, I could be like this. If only, you're living in an imaginary world right there. You don't even see the desk in front of you, right? Mm-hmm. It's so easy to do. I do it all the time myself. This is something I work against every day. We all do, right? But if we can be here and not let that bother us, we can see things a lot more clearly. And if this is the mindfulness thing. You keep something in mind. You keep in mind that you want to make the best decisions you can. And in Buddhism, they talk about you have to make the decisions that are going to be best for your long-term happiness. And you have to sacrifice a short-term pleasure to get a greater good later on. Now, when they were first translating this, I'm sure I've mentioned this before, these guys, they're like, what? These are the secret teachings? This can't be it. This is so simple. It's like, yeah, they'll try. Just try, man. People have been doing it in Buddhism for 2,600 years, and it's they know what they're talking about. It's tough to do. But it really, most Buddhism that I've found is actually, a lot of it is just common sense, Put off doing something now just because you want to have that drink or that extra piece of cake or whatever it is. You think, yes, I'm going to feel really good now. You're going to feel like hell in an hour or the next day. That's just simple. You want to do the things that are going to be. And in Buddhism, the best thing for your long-term happiness is to no longer cling to ephemeral and changing things. The things that we cling to are inconstant. They change. They're not the same. And how can you be happy if you're clinging to things? You cling to the body. Body's going to go away, man. It might take a while. But I'm 62. I know where if I speak. I'm in my 62nd year, I should say. We have faith in movie stars. They die. Politicians, they go belly up or they don't meet expectations. In food, well, their digestion fails eventually. So this expands until you see more and more that these aren't the things to make your happiness dependent upon. Doesn't mean you shouldn't look at them. You just not make that emotional investment. We were talking about this, I think it was the other day, Roger, when, the Buddha's advice is if you've made a horrible mistake, you look at it, you admit that you did it, right? You have to be truthful with yourself. You resolve not to do it again. And another thing in Buddhism is you should talk to someone further along the path about it. You have to be willing to admit it, talk about it. You don't hide it from yourself, because when you hide this stuff from yourself, it festers, makes delusion, which is tough, because when you're deluded, you don't know you're deluded because you're deluded, right? And you talk to someone else about it, and then you resolve not to do it again, and you don't beat yourself up over it. You don't just sit there wailing and crying and hurting yourself over it, because that means it's won, and you don't want it to win.
You point out in celebrities or politicians or whatever, as well, we all know that celebrity culture can get out of hand. If you look at especially younger people, they have a lot of faith in other people or well-known faces. And I think really, I've always taken the approach to ignore that concept of having faith in authoritative figures, and consider taking responsibility for yourself.
Yeah,
like you say, you make the decisions. You sure, a celebrity could be promoting that decision, but at the end of the day, you are making that decision.
Yeah, I mean that's very good too that you developed that at an early age too. Because like I do find that what you're discussing right there actually is developed by a lot of people normally as they get older. You know what I mean? It makes perfect sense as an older person now, but I also remember when I was 17 and I was really big into heavy metal. You know what I mean? And everything in my life was just influenced by music. And don't get me wrong, it's okay to love music. It is really okay. And I still listen to heavy metal today. I listen to all kinds of music, but I don't let it dictate my life like it used to. You know what I mean? Everything rotated around music, it rotated around girls, it rotated around this, everything, you know what I mean? And
right.
And when it comes to what you were talking about, Otto, with the five remembrances, that really rings out to me with a lot of the stuff that me and Bob Dub used to talk about when it came to dualities, and I know that it's a full circle, okay? Like in this conversation when I first started doing the third thing, I wanted to start talking about like triality and duality and stuff like that. So I started getting into the duality aspects, which what we really began with was like cosmic principles, which concern duality and the emergence of the third element, which later became triality. You know what I mean?
Right.
And the one thing about karma that I noticed, the end result to all of this is like all of this stuff that you're talking about eventually goes into reincarnation to where it actually makes you into what you will become in a later life because of the things that are happening now. You know what I mean?
Well, not just a later life, but this life as well. And,
Right.
when Mark was talking about, what he was talking about is basically what I would call demonstrating agency. Having agency over yourself, over your life by making these decisions instead of, like you were saying, Roger, just making the decision based on a song or what a hero of yours looks like. I remember asking my father once, many, many years ago, when I was a kid, I asked him, why do you smoke cigarettes? That was back when it was like the big anti-smoking stuff was going on. And he smoked like a pack and a half a day of Salem's every day till they put him in the hospital. They wouldn't let him have them anymore. So he said, he thought about it. And he said, probably because Humphrey Bogart smoked. Which was one of the most honest things I ever heard him say. And so, yeah, when you're letting you're surrendering your agency to these, and in Buddhism, the one good translation of the term is these becomings. You become this thing. You take on this identity. I'm the guy that's the heavy metal guy, Whereas Mark is taking on the identity of the man who's going to take charge and read the fine print. This is demonstrating agency. And I would argue that, and as you point out, Roger, too, this is something more common with older people because these things, like Aristotle says, excellence comes from practice. It comes from doing it. Mark made a decision at one point to do this. Roger, you made a decision to stop listening to certain things and taking more charge of your life. And when the Buddha is talking about this, again, he's not talking about any secret formula. It's like my joke about, I lost all that weight a couple of years ago, and I'm like, here's my secret. I ate less and I exercised more. It's amazing. This is here's a life hack, guys. Eat less and exercise. Who'd have thought, it's just that so many people simply fail to put it into practice. And Roger, I know guys older than me that are still living out the heavy metal thing.
Right.
And that they just don't have. And, I was just playing out at that bar and I saw guys my age and older and they're like partying like they were 20. It's like, I got an iced tea. Like, I'm having an iced tea. And I didn't want to drink that because I'd have to pee too much, because I'm old. Geez, I got to go to the bathroom.
Right.
And, there were. Well, one of the cool things about going out was that I learned that you don't have to drink actually to enjoy yourself out of it. You hang out with the other sober people and look at the drunks, and it's hilarious. Look at that idiot. It's actually. But yeah, no, it's important to realize. I'll finish real quick that karma. So many people say, "Oh well, karma," means that anything that happens to you now you deserve. And it's like you did it to it's like, no, it's like it locks you in. It's a big argument. It's like, it's to make serfs, happy with being serfs. Well, you're a serf this lifetime because you were bad, but if you're a really good serf, maybe you'll be a king next lifetime. That's not what it's about at all. It's about saying that, yeah, everything happening to you is the result of your intentions, but you can change those intentions because really Buddhism is all about action, and you can always change an action.
Right.
And we've all done that and that's part of getting older. That's part of wisdom. We change our actions, we learn, and we adapt ourselves. So, the Buddha is just giving us common sense a lot of the times. But sometimes people need to have it spelled out and put in an authoritative, system to get them to do it. It helps me.
I just wanted to clear things up. I still listen to heavy metal and I have no problems with it. The thing of it is I don't let it lead me like a dog on a leash. You know what I mean? I mean, music is beautiful, but you gotta make sure that it's not dictating who you are and making it. You know what I mean?
Music is a consciousness altering thing, man. It alters your consciousness. It's a drug of a sort,
Mm-hmm.
The Buddha was always careful about music. He was always like, monks aren't allowed to be musicians.
That's sad.
Well, the thing with music is, as we all know, music does alter your consciousness. Music can make you happy. Music can make you sad. Music can make you ready to march off to war. Yeah. And I've talked a lot about the country music industry, which it's basically designed to make you miserable and sad, and people enjoy this. It's just an amazing thing, and you've got this ability to do this, and if you do it unskillfully, you can really lead people into really bad emotional states. So the Buddha was always kind of ambivalent about music and music makers. But I was kind of like weird about that. I was like, huh? But then I just started noticing, and it's like, yeah, I play this song and I want to cry, and I play this song and I want to sing and dance and skip around, and I realize, wow, okay, so I'm altering my consciousness, and if I'm not conscious of what's happening, I can very easily be manipulated. A lot of Buddhism is keeping your mind clear so you can think clearly about what's going on. That's why the fifth precept, you're not supposed to drink any alcohol. Yeah. It's to keep you from being deluded. Delusion is a problem, like I said, because when you're deluded, you don't know you're deluded because it's delusion. So that's the tough one.
No, with me,
Roger, you were saying that you should have these, I don't know, crutches to that you are. What's the word I'm looking for?
free
that you're relying on.
Oh, at
that
one
you're
time,
relying on.
yeah, at one time
But
I was.
also these things, music as an example, it could be argued as being part of you. So it's
That's
sort of
that in
Yeah.
double
its
edged.
well,
Yeah.
see that in itself is kind of where we're going here. Like when you allow something to define who you are, you know what I mean? Like
But
I,
it also, but I suppose it's the old thing of too much is a bad thing.
well,
You can have something that
Well,
can assist
the
in your definition.
no
Well, I think I
the
know what you're saying, Mark, but it's like, even though the music, whatever it touches is in you, there's a lot more in you.
right.
And
There's
also
more
there's
than
a,
just music.
yeah, and there's a lot of things in us that aren't all that good. I mean, we're not, Buddhism does not believe that we're all like, I'm, all right, I'm not one of those Mahayana guys. They've got this Buddha nature thing. We all have this wonderful Buddha nature. And if we can just like clear away all this debris, we would have this beautiful, beautiful, virtuous Buddha nature. If we were all innately virtuous, we couldn't sin. We couldn't like do all these bad things we do to each other. What the Buddha said was that the mind is luminous. That means it's powerful. It has a
Yeah.
lot of potentials. But it's also, there's a lot of stuff naturally in us, like greed. That's that third chakra. It's like it's mammalian. It's like I need food. I mean, it's an instinct. It's important for survival on that level, but we don't want to accentuate that. Instead, we are at a point where we sublimate these things and we say, well, there's only one cookie left. You or in your case, a biscuit. Please have the last biscuit, even though you're hungry. All right. If we let that other thing tap, like, give me that, or you rush out, it's like, hey, look over there. Oh man, that biscuit disappeared. Dog must have got it. So yeah, the music can release things in us that aren't necessarily that good. But the other part of it is just the lack of control that you have over yourself, and that you voluntarily surrender it because you enjoy it. These are all things getting us away from being aware of ourselves in the moment right here where we can do our work. Because we don't want to work. We want to listen to the music, man. It's great. I play music,
Yeah.
which is different from listening to it, to tell you the truth. I spend most of my time worrying about where my fingers are going to go next and what time everything's doing and what the drummer's doing and da-da-da-da. It's actually more like a big three-dimensional time-space puzzle that I'm playing. I have to make everything happen at the same time. So
I suppose a good example. Sorry, I suppose a good example of this for us three, especially, would be coffee and cigarettes, or coffee and tobacco.
Well, see, you're looking at it just in a negative perspective, but this is also it goes a lot more directions than this because, like I've mentioned too, the emergence of a third element. Okay, and this applies to everything. It doesn't just have to with triality. It doesn't have to do with just Christianity or the number three. Okay, it's when you get the emergence of the third element. Okay, that's the equivalence of complexity. Okay, so when you have that inspiration, that potential that Otto's talking about, that's also the emergence of a third element. Okay, it might not necessarily define you and make you think of yourself as being that because that's what it's really about. When you start defining yourself as a certain thing like music or anything, that's a part of yourself. Okay.
that limits you too. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. And that third element is kind of like the spark of inspiration or the complexity or, the potential that's within you that can be released if you don't confine yourself to that restricted area within yourself.
Mm.
You know what I mean? And that's what I found about it, and this isn't like some abstract philosophy. This is actually a blueprint for your inner world. The way you think, the way you act, who you are, it's an actual blueprint to that if you live that kind of life.
I suppose you could argue it's sort of abstract within the context of what you're saying.
Well, before we leave the mind altering substances thing, I will point out that The Buddha only disapproved of things that clouded the mind. A lot of very high attainment Southeast Asian ajahns and megatheriums and such like consume cigarettes, coffee, and tea in great quantity. In fact, I believe the only 3 substances that I know of that bhikkhus seem to be allowed are coffee and tea, caffeine, tobacco, and cannabis. And the cannabis is only for medical reasons. Otherwise, I don't know of any other substances that they're allowed to consume. But they don't. I don't think those are considered to be mind clouding.
Well, I used to enjoy going. This will help Tan out where he gets a little bit more support. But I used to enjoy going to AA meetings at Catholic churches because outside of every Catholic church is an ashtray for everybody who wants to go out and smoke a cigarette, and I always thought that was cool.
That's cool. That's pretty cool.
And this was
I don't know.
after they banned smoking in public areas.
Well, it would have been banned in the church anyway, I'm sure. So the ashtrays were probably there even way before that, simply for the parishioners. And then they probably got tired of sweeping up the cigarette butts on the front steps of the church.
Right.
I'm just thinking on the point of Mormons, later day saints, where they take the view that you shouldn't take anything that could adulterate.
No caffeine, no tobacco. Can't get caffeinated Coca-Cola. It used to be you cross the state line over into Utah. Or I was reading something like he went to the airport there and you landed and you couldn't get caffeine cola or something. I forget. I think they've probably altered that since then. But
yeah,
I think that the biggest thing that really helps out when it comes to all this is I think the key is the complexity, and you can find complexity in everything. Like in computer science, how we all love to talk about computer science, the majority of everything that involves that is symmetry, and the magic in computer science is actually the complexity that comes with it, and that can be applied to pretty much everything if you really look outside the box and kind of relate it to other things that are going on around you. You know what I mean? It's not just in computer science. It's not just in spirituality or religion. It's everywhere. Like, can you imagine a world that was just about duality?
No gray areas, right?
Right. No gray areas, no emergence of complexity whatsoever. Like imagine a mother and a father freaking not having a crazy little baby to drive them nuts for the first 5 years of their lives.
Well, the human race would disappear within 100 years.
Yeah. I mean, it's like you need the insanity of a 5-year-old running around destroying everything in order for you to have that missing complexity in your life. You know what I mean?
I'll tell that to my mother next time I see her. I just heard something on the internet last night, Matt. I'm going to see her tomorrow, so I'll tell her that.
I just, I mean, that's the kind of stuff that actually makes sense to me now. It's like, and I had a really hard time with being able to incorporate that emergence concept into a lot of the things that I've been learning when it comes to dualities and stuff, because I was always wanting to hold on to duality as being the end all to everything, but the truth is there is that third element, that spark that causes change, and it's everywhere, and it's amazing how it can affect you. It can turn you from one thing into another. It can help you with change. That's a big good example right there. Change. That's really a good example for complexity. The ability to change.
and you want to direct that change in a skillful way.
Right. But
Not
Not let that be dictated by outside sources that might not have your best interests at heart.
exactly. But
Yeah.
it still is complexity, even though it is
Oh, yeah.
control. You know what I mean? That's the important thing to remember. It's still complexity. Because we were talking about it the other day. It's like you can't sit still. You either go forward or you go backwards. There's no sitting
Right.
still. You know
That's
what I mean?
right.
You,
People think they stop and they slide backwards. You start sliding, you got to keep moving forward or you go back. There's no
Mhm.
choice. The
They've
only
got-
thing we have to do.
they got an old saying that says you either grow or you go.
Yeah, that's it. Use it or lose it. Well, we used to say too sometimes.
Mm-hmm. Mark Edworthy's quiet. I don't understand what's going on here.
That is because you're a mere colonial. He is speaking to us in the language of the eyebrow. So, right along
Yeah.
with receive standard English and other things that you only get at the best public schools. No doubt an old Etonian. He would never admit it.
he just gave one of those looks, dude, just to eyeball the camera
Yeah.
and stuff. I've started naming him like man meat because like all the women that we talk to now just love him to death. It's like, oh my god, dude, they just want him to sit there and give the Fabio flip.
Well, every show needs its different characters. You need the guy that who was this girl I used to know. She ran a security team at the stadium, and she said those guys are eye candy. She'd hire these great big brawny guys, the beefcake guys. That's my eye candy. So we need somebody that's the eye candy. Somebody that dresses well, somebody that can flip that Zippo with such nonchalance, and hand rolled cigarettes, so cool, so debonair, and so rebellious to smoke cigarettes. And like I said, I bet he's got a rotary dial phone there somewhere on his desk. So yeah.
Brains as well. Allegedly.
So yeah, we all everyone has different Roger, you bring your sly good humor, your wit. You sneak right in, and
I'm still jealous though because I'm supposed to be the ladies' man. You know what I mean? I like, oh my goodness! Now Mark Edworthy just snuck in there and took it away. He's the man meat. You know what I mean?
He does the live camera thing too, so people can see him. You and I tend to hide behind the icons more. I come out once in a while, but usually I'm sitting in the car where it's so dark you couldn't see me much anyway. But yeah. No, everybody has to bring something different to the show. So
right.
I think we all contribute well. And Mark Edworthy can contribute with just a look sometimes.
Well, yeah. First, I've been told I'm quite an physically expressive person, so hence why I do the cameras. Then.
Yeah.
After all, expressions are a form of communication in themselves.
Yes, very much so. Very much so, yeah. It's interesting. Bob is the same way when you talk to her. I don't know if you've spent much time talking with her, like visually, but maybe it is a British thing. I don't know. Usually they say Italians, but yeah, I always joke with her about her histrionic gestures. But it reflects in her readings. She's very dramatic. Between you, me, and the lamppost, hopefully she's not listening, but she always reminded me of Honoria Glossop, if you know the character. From the
I was
House.
just thinking Leonard Nimoy with his famous sort of eyebrow sort of expressions.
Oh, right. Yeah. The eyebrow. He was good. So yeah, this has turned into quite a show. A show, Roger. How do you keep producing all these great shows? What's your secret?
I just let you guys talk and keep my mouth shut. That's the benefit of going to 12-step programs because you get a sponsor and a sponsor tells you to sit down, shut up, and listen.
That's a good skill. Very few people have it.
And I tell you guys all the time, I'm like, I do not make these shows whatsoever. I mean, you guys are the show. Like the stuff that I just put out there, it just springs into something beautiful because you guys bring up other stuff that's more important than what I said. You know what I mean? And it really is true. If you don't believe me, like after we're done here, literally go back and watch again. Okay, I
think
guarantee you will say more important stuff than what I say
I
in
think
this.
you are underplaying yourself a bit.
Well, that's called humility.
Ah, okay.
Okay.
Not like us.
Now,
He's humble. He's humble,
now,
not like us.
now, unlike no, let me point out what the true meaning and definition of humility is. Okay, like when people tell you that they're practicing humility, they're automatically telling you that they are selfish and self-centered. Okay, that's the reality of it all. so just realize that when somebody tells you that they're practicing humility, they're automatically telling you without saying it that they're selfish and self-centered. And like
yeah, being having
Humble,
humility
I
is not
guess.
something that you talk about; it's something that you do.
right.
Yeah.
And
Right.
and you know that's really what a lot of this has come down to is the self. You know, me and Otto's been talking about maybe doing a discussion on it and everything, and that's really where this conversation is going. It's going to the self. You know, when you learn how to eliminate self, something else freaking manifests. You know what I'm saying? And it's not your selfishness and self-centeredness. It's something beyond that. That's what I really believe in. You know what I mean? It's
Also, there was the self-differential, different thing. Being well, Brits,
Hmm.
we British are well known for mocking ourselves. Arguably, you both do as well.
nah, I never do that. I'm beyond that.
Eh?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Guru Raja, Sri Raja Guru, he is beyond
For
all
me,
self.
for me, it's like like my past. Okay, Bob Dub was wanting me to come on and do a show with her and talk about my past. Now, for most people who haven't learned some of the stuff that I've learned, they would live a life of guilt and shame and not want to discuss it. I've learned that that's not the best way to do it. You know what I mean? It's like I don't regret my past, nor do I wish to shut the door on it. You know what I mean? And I can go further with that and say that I can actually turn those experiences into something that can help somebody else later on down the line. Because
Hmm.
not a lot of people have lived the life I've lived, done the things I've done, and they can't reach out to another human being and actually relate to them on that level because they've never experienced it themselves. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? So, in that aspect, I can actually turn something negative into something that's positive. Does that make sense?
Well,
Yeah.
if we can learn from other people's experiences, that's always good. If we don't have to go through them ourselves, then
That's
I
a
think
good.
sometimes if people know that you've done something like they've done, they know that you know what you're talking about because they've
Yeah.
kind of seen that too.
Yeah.
So,
So I mean, you
Um,
can always turn something into something positive. Like even your bad experiences, just remember they can be turned around and used for a positive tool to help somebody else.
I'm not sure. There's the old argument about experiencing these things yourself, therefore to build your character.
yeah, you know, the experience can include the experience of hearing Roger talk about his experiences. That's an
Yeah.
experience too.
Yeah.
And you can relate it to experiences you've had. I mean, I was listening to this cat that Roger turned me on to, Dr. Burns Brady, was it?
Yeah.
And he was talking about some terrible experiences he went through with his family and crazy stuff. His daughter tried to kill him with a shotgun or something when she was 15 or something like that, and she was all twisted on like really bad drugs and alcohol and stuff like that. And it's like, no, I've never had that happen. I've never been in that bad a situation. I don't think I need to go through that in order to. I really don't want to, but I've been in some situations that were pretty bad. And when I listened to his story, I realized, yeah, that could have turned into something as bad as that if things had just been a little different or a little more intense or whatever. In other words, I might not have gone that far down that path, but I went far enough to be able to see where he was from where I was standing, kind of deal. So I think something like that can augment. And of course, you hear stories, war stories from people, and the wiser ones do learn from it. But like we were saying before, I know a lot of guys older than me that are still think that they're rock and rollers in their 20s and stuff. And like, okay, that's, if that's as far as you want to go with your life, okay. That's, they're not, as long as they pay their taxes and don't hurt people around them and stuff, but I sort of consider it a waste, but I try not to judge people too harshly either, because, we all make choices. We can't all be Mark Edworthy, the
we
fashion
can.
plate of the group. Best dressed man in the room, as always.
We can,
I
but we
wanna buy
have
a
to.
suit now. I got to get a suit. I'm feeling awful.
We have to set ourselves
Plaid.
to really, really high standards in order to achieve that kind of a mastery of Britishness.
We mere colonials. We can only aspire.
He's like a Devon
the
man.
mother country.
He's like a Devon man. You know what I mean? He just and don't ever call him no farmer. I swear.
No, not that guy. No dirt under his fingernails.
He will tell you, he's like, don't make me talk like a petty farmer.
Oh, those guys with the smocks and the straw hat. And
how dare you? How dare you?
So I know a few good farmers.
Yeah, you do.
Oh, yeah. But you can be a gentleman farmer. They have gentleman farmers. There's that. I always thought that would be cool to be a gentleman farmer.
Yeah. The one thing that I did want to bring up, and this is something that I've always forgotten to always mention, but it's like when it comes to like judging, like I think a person does that naturally. You know what I mean? So in reality, we really don't have to judge other people. Because like there's one thing I always forget to point out, and this is we have a conscious and then we have the subconscious, and we have these unconscious tendencies, and that actually is where I was referring to as well when it comes to this third element. You know what I mean? Because you have to think about like conscious alignment, which that's a lot of what Otto was talking about, and that's where your thoughts, your perception, and your intention, they all interact together. You know what I mean? And that defines basically the trajectory of your life, So, I mean, this is kind of like a loop that's being completed, So that and if you look at that whole way of the way the mind works, and you relate that to like the cosmos, even, you know what I mean? It's reflected onto us, you know what I'm saying? Like it's not just us, you know what I mean? Like you take a look at even like stories. We've had conversations on the show about stories, and how you had the repetitive stories that annoys the hell out of everybody, but there's always that little piece in the story that's different from the other version. You know what I mean?
Right.
And that defines that time and that period in history where freaking something changed. So, you know what I mean? So they can go back and they can go, okay, this is the kind of thought that was taking place during this time period in England, because now Robin Hood is a hero instead of a thief that's running around murdering nobles. You know what I mean?
I suppose that
Well,
depends on who you ask. Doesn't
Right.
Yeah.
And the location and the area and stuff like that. It's really interesting how all of that kind of blends in with like even the way that we think consciously and subconsciously. It reflects one another. It's kind of like a whispered legend or a repeated symbol. You know what I mean? An imprint in history, if you want to call it that. I think.
we are we are the species that tells stories, and we primarily tell stories to ourselves. And you knew he was coming up. Dr. Julian Jaynes always defined the consciousness as an imaginary eye narratizing it to itself in an imaginary mind space. We tell ourselves a story about ourselves all the time, and we tell another story about the events that we recorded and remembered somehow. And it's interesting how facts, solid facts, tend to be remembered in a form until you get, we were talking before about who was left in the bulrushes. Well, let's see, Moses and Sargon and Krishna and Oedipus and this hero and that hero. And whether it happened or not, because they were that hero, they took on that history. I always mispronounce his name. I don't know how you pronounce it. I believe it's Mircea Eliade, Mircea Eliade. And he wrote a very interesting book on the eternal return, and talked about how people, before we had this very linear Western historical approach, tended to view time as a more cyclic thing, because that was, these were mostly, agricultural or pastoral communities that were tied to growing food, and this all had to do with the seasons. And one year is pretty much like another. I mean, I don't know if you've ever had a job where you just basically do the same thing every week. And I worked at this one place, and one day I'm like, is it tomorrow or is it yesterday? Because you just you lose track of what day of the week it is, because they wouldn't think in terms of weeks. They thought about the quarter days, and the cross quarter days were about as much as they needed, because it had to do with their work, their harvest, and this and that, or caring for the animals and things. So if something big happened, it would tend to fit into this cycle of stories and this and that. And you had the king, and what's his name? That's less important. He's just the king. It's just the king. Like the pharaoh. It's just the pharaoh. The king is dead. Long live the king. It's just the same. And pretty soon they all have the same history, and they tell the stories about the current king's father that they told about the current king's great grandfather, because he's the king, and of course the king did these things, sort of deal. And even today, I mean, they always talk about Herodotus, or possibly Herodotus. And some people love his history. Some people say it's all full of lies. But really, I think he was a very honest historian, because he took the facts he had, and he told them in a very human way. And I think that he would be the first to admit this if you presented it with him. I mean, I love a history where you've got like these long speeches by generals before battles, or these very complex rationalizations for seizing royal power that take up a page and a half to his followers, and more likely it was like, kill the bastards and I'll let you keep all the booty in the city. Yay! Okay, most of it. So like,
Well, see, that's the weird thing about triality. When I started doing research on that, I started learning about complexity and symmetry. But then, like the word elegance, that's something else that I later on I think would be a good topic to get into, because people don't really understand what the word elegance means. Like you just said, the whole long drawn out explanation. Now, as it goes back to even computer science, like a code that's an elegant code. Okay, it doesn't matter if it's a short, simple code or if it's a long, drawn out code. If it makes sense, it's elegant. Okay, if the person that reads that code understands it, and it's drawn out and it's easy to understand, it is an elegant code. And that's the same way about literature. It's the same way about philosophy. It's everywhere. That's what elegance represents. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
So that that's something that I'd like to talk about at some point too.
I'm not sure you can have complex elegance.
Really?
It
Baroque
is.
music, though? I mean, Bach is elegant but very complex. Brandenburg concertos or Goldberg variations, I would call that elegant and complex. But I mean, complexity, really elegant complexity, is going to have an underlying simplicity. We're getting near scalar invariance and fractals here.
Yeah.
But, I think you can have a simplicity on the larger level containing that complexity. Because my first thought is Bach or like Baroque composers or something like that.
Well, you can find it there, but you can also find it in theories of like antimatter and things like that. The stuff that a lot of stuff that Mike talks about. Okay, you'll find it in there.
I'd like to have some antimatter. That would be cool.
Yeah.
I wouldn't do anything with it. I just like to have a jar of it. Probably have some kind of magnetic containment field inside. Oh, that's my antimatter. Conversation piece.
Well, like I believe we've had conversations about fractal gravity and the golden ratio. You know what I mean? Um, that would be something that's a part of it. But then you also get into stuff like phase conjugation and stuff. And then there's a whole bunch. I've actually wanted to have serious conversations about this because it's really mind blowing, and like the elegance that goes behind a lot of this complexity is just, I mean, well, first of all, like people are hoodwinked by a lot of stuff that they call science. You know what I mean? When you take and you try to draw on the idea that math is the one and only universal truth, then you're false. You know what I mean? There's nothing that guarantees that is actually true. You're sitting there and you're taking calculations from a black hole that's mathematically correct, but you've never seen or observed a black hole at all. That's not
right. It's all indirect. Well, mathematics are a wonderful tool, and again, I'm impressed with something that can make predictions in the real world, like how much material you need for a bridge, how long a piece of metal will be able to be used before it needs to be replaced or tested, things like that. That's pretty damn good. We can go and build a bridge, and we know ahead of time what we need. That is a kind of predicting the future. Sometimes there are mistakes. There's the famous footage of the bridge that came down because of the wind or whatever it was. But it's not the same as the universe itself, obviously. I don't really think it's I think the way to look at it is it's something that we've been able to apply to a lot of things, just about everything that we want to do in the physical world. As far as manipulating the physical world, we can express mathematically and use maths in order to manipulate materials and times and stuff. So it's an incredibly powerful tool. And the Pythagoreans scared the hell out of those guys when they started noticing what this stuff could do. This is like magic. You could predict how to make a musical instrument. You could just do this and know how long to make the strings and this and that, and then you pluck the strings and it sounds beautiful. It's harmony. Now, there's no reason why we should like harmonies, but we do as animals. It's just our ears. You play it, and if something is discordant. Discord. I mean, it's right in the word. It's very unpleasant. So we found that these numbers actually associate with something that touches our hearts. We were just talking about how music alters consciousness. It alters perception. It alters how you look at everything. So yeah, when they supposedly, we have a lot of stories about the Pythagoreans, but apparently. Some of the things we considered normal mathematics were secrets, religious secrets. You weren't told about, the binomial. Well, they don't think they had the binomial theorem, but, you weren't told this little thing of what we would consider basic geometry or something until you've been there for like 20 years, and we knew we could trust you with this vast secret, this and that. So yeah, I think that numbers are really fascinating. I think that they're very useful, and I think they give us a glimpse of something. They give us an idea of how the universe seems to work, but it's only how it seems to work. There's a lot of people used to talk about God as the supreme mathematician, the supreme geometer, the supreme person that can just plan everything out because it's so interrelated. But it's the numbers that are interrelated.
Mm-hmm.
The numbers are interrelated because the things themselves are interrelated. But I guess where I'm trying to go is that the map is not the territory. The maths are not the actual universe, and there are going to be aspects of the universe not covered by mathematics. That is not an impossible thing. But we tend to define the universe as that which we can describe and control through math. And anything else that we perceive that we don't seem to be able to do this with, we tend to dismiss. As somebody once said, we tend to equate reality with visibility. And this isn't always the case. So, my little rant.
No, it was actually pretty good. Because like one of the things that I started really getting into is isodual lights, and there's also Centelli's isodual. I don't know if you've ever heard of it, but it has to do with anti-gravity.
Ooh.
And it could be seen as like the repulsive counterpart to compression and implosive gravity, basically. Now this is something that's always caused like controversy, I guess you could say, because it's not the popular theory that goes according to anti-gravity relationships, and it's basically an alternative cause of gravity,
Right.
but since it's not accepted by the mainstream scientific community that Mark hates me saying, he always points that out. It's like, that sounds like a utopian socialist kind of metaphor. but that's the only thing I've ever known, to talk about it. You know what I mean? But this has to do a lot with like anti-photons. Like you always hear about photons. This has to do with anti-photons, antimatter.
So would an antiphoton be like a particle of darkness? That's an interesting thought.
Yeah, it's an isodual.
Like if you could flood a place with antiphotons, it would be like a flashlight only operating backwards, a dark light. I don't think that's what would actually happen, but that was my first thought. Probably things would just blow up or something. I don't know. It would be cool.
Well, I mean, that's kind of what I picture it as being, to be honest with you, because isodual light is and that's what it deals with. Like a photon is light. You know what I mean? So
right, yeah.
When you go the opposite, anti, it would make you think the opposite of light.
Yeah, because darkness is a negative quality. You can say poetically the darkness crept in through the window, but it doesn't really. It's just an absence of light. But if you could make light an absence of dark instead of dark an absence of light, that would be interesting. A flash dark. Come into a room, click it, and everybody can't see. What the hell? Who turned off the lights? That'd be kind of, I don't know what you could do with that. Play a lot of pranks, I guess. Rob banks, maybe? I don't know.
And one thing I want to get into more too, which I really wish I had time to do, is like, I've heard people say that there's a difference between dark gravity and antimatter. Which I don't know how true that is. dark
I don't know anything
dark
about
matter
it.
or antimatter. So
Define dark gravity.
well, dark
Yeah.
matter, dark
Oh, dark
matter.
matter. Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
Okay.
Oh, okay. That's different.
yeah,
Yeah.
dark
Dark matter is
matter.
just matter we can't see, right?
Yeah, to a large extent, that's what
But
it
isn't
basically
it
comes.
like basically something they came up with to explain why some of their actual physical readings weren't keeping to the theory? I mean, they do that a lot with astrophysics. I mean, it's such a huge universe. If
Right.
something the math says this should be there, well, we don't see it. Well, maybe it's because of this. This will plug this in. I mean, that's how we got black holes. Don't get me
So,
going.
Yeah.
so the point of dark matter in that concept is to say really use as an excuse.
Well, it's like how we were talking a few weeks ago about satellites or telescopes. Okay.
Hmm.
Everybody was talking about the red,
Oh, the
the
redshift. Yeah,
the
yeah.
redshift. Okay.
The Hubble constant, which might not be such a constant
Well,
if Halton Arp's ideas are correct. And I think he might be right.
I wanted to make a comment on that earlier, but I forgot to. And the thing that I wanted to mention was for you to be able to even view the color red through a telescope, you have to adjust the amount of silicone under the plates for the dish. Okay,
Hmm.
that not until recently, within the last 30, 40 years, have they been able to actually see the color red in outer space until they figured out that the layer of silicone that's underneath the plates that are on the actual um, telescope, the
Uh-huh.
the dish,
The
it,
mirror, you mean?
yeah,
Or
yeah,
reflector?
yeah, the
Okay.
dish. Underneath those panels, there's silicone underneath it.
Right.
And they didn't understand that you needed to have a thicker layer of silicone to go underneath that just so you could see the color red.
Oh, I had not heard that.
Yeah, it's actually a newer discovery. The telescope that actually first came out with it is that one that's in Hawaii. It's up on top of the mountain. It's the it has to do with like a car factory company that owns it, but it's in
Mauna Kea?
maybe.
Mauna Kea? I don't know. I don't follow that stuff much anymore.
That's
I know about Mount Palomar.
Mhm.
But presumably, if in the creation, in the evolution of a telescope, people have tried different materials and different thicknesses and come up with the ideal material thickness.
Well,
And
they were originally, I think, refracting telescopes, probably.
Yeah.
And refractors are basically for really big telescopes. I think the Yerkes is the biggest or one of the biggest. I forget how big that was, 20-inch or 25. Not that big, but the reflecting telescopes seem to be the ones they could make really big, get a lot of light gathering. And I know Mount Palomar was famous because it was a whole 100 inches. But I know they have much bigger ones, and now they have these VLA, very large arrays of telescopes. So they're actually getting better images from Earth-based telescopes than they're getting from the space-based because of the technology's improved so much. One of the problems was always with the seeing. They're looking at a star through the atmosphere, and there's a certain amount of atmospheric distortion. So what they started doing was taking a lot of little photographs, right? And then they could remove the frames from the times when the atmosphere was distorting the light. And then there's I'm not a photographer, I have no idea. But anyway, basically the result is they can get an amazingly clear exposure of these objects and remove the distortion. So that was the big argument for having space-based telescopes. But between that and the way they take telescopes and like have them miles away from each other, like several of them in a huge array, a very large array, they all take pictures simultaneously. It's the effect of having a telescope a mile across or something like that. So the Hubble takes great photos, but I haven't heard that they were going to be sending up any other space telescopes anytime soon because from what I've heard, ground-based astrophotography is just as good, if not better. It's better. It's a lot cheaper, certainly.
Yeah.
So I still like space telescopes, so don't get me wrong.
For me, it all comes back to waves, and I think that's the one thing that a lot of scientists have a hard time with, because when they hear waves, they think that somehow this is metaphysics and it's not physics. Yet when you go and you listen to just a teacher in school, they teach you the different phases of light and how these signals are being transmitted to produce that light.
Light waves.
Yeah, waves. These signals, these waves. You know what I mean?
Wavelength. Yeah.
Light is determined by the length of that wave, but that's the only place where they want that to be. They don't want you to bring it into any other type of science, because once you do that, you've crossed over into the metaphysical world. Oh no, next you're going to be talking about ghosts and UFOs, you know what I mean? And oh man.
Or ghostly UFOs, yeah.
Or
the ghost of UFOs.
You'd be hanging out with all those hippies in India that think you can talk to plants on a subconscious level.
Hey, now that's a thought. Not just, how about doing like ghost hunting the ghosts of aliens that crashed at Roswell and were killed? Maybe their ghosts still wander there.
I know.
Contact an alien ghost. That would be cool.
There's a documentary, or not a documentary, it's a show out. I forgot his name. I keep forgetting him. He's the guy that always wore the hat and had the beard, and he passed away here recently, but he actually had an investigation where he went out to a hospital that was supposed to be holding the aliens. In that hospital, it's abandoned now, but it is haunted.
Ooh.
It's haunted by alien ghosts.
Wow, alien! Somebody thought of it before me. Damn. Yep. I thought he's good. He was good. Alien ghost.
Well, he was one of the best, because he's the one who came up with the alien UFO crash that happened on the farm that knocked down that windmill.
Oh, Aurora, the Aurora one?
Yes.
Yeah, with the headstone. Yeah.
So he was. I wish I could remember his name. Oh man,
I think I know who you mean. Yeah, used to do a newsletter or something.
Yeah,
I think.
Yes.
I used to get that. His name. I think it's something else. It'll come to me. I think I wrote to him a couple of times, but I think I kind of out-weirded him a little bit.
Well, yeah.
This was before the internet, and
yeah.
Well, yeah, I think he asked me what my philosophy of life was. I sent him like a couple of pages. He never got back to me. He just stopped writing me.
So, like, I just this is actually some of the stuff that I thought would be cool to kind of like go back over, because like on this show, when we left off on it, I got to the point where I was wanting to kind of go over reconciliation, but before I started talking about that, I kind of wanted to go through some of this stuff, because I think reconciliation is something that has been mentioned a lot, not only in science, but you can find it in religion and philosophy too. So, later on, I think that would be the next thing to get back into. I just wanted to kind of go back over this, because it's been quite a while since we've done the third thing, hasn't it? It's been well over a month, I'd say.
Wow.
That's
a while. The days fly past.
Yeah, it could have been maybe 2 weeks. I'm an idiot when it comes to stuff like
I think
keeping.
It's closer to
well,
that.
on some planets, 2 weeks I'm sure would be a month.
Yeah,
depends on the planetary orbit. And, it reminds me that there's a saying in Buddhism: "Days and nights fly past. What are you becoming?"
So with that brilliant saying that you just said, let's go ahead and bring this to an end and ask for everybody to give their social so that everybody, whoever watches, can find a way of getting in touch with you if they wanted to ask you some questions. We'll start with Mark Edworthy.
Because he was drinking coffee.
That's right.
He did that deliberately, Mark.
I was watching. Don't joke. It's all good.
I should do that more often. Somebody asked me for some information answers. Yeah.
We should do this one day.
Yeah. Methwines.com under the username Medworthy.
Okay, how about you, Otto? How can people get in touch with you?
Well, you can check out my website, navakavada.org. That's NAVAKAVADA. It's spelled just like it sounds. And I am also on minds.com, AutoX. You'll find me there. We also have a Navakavada YouTube channel, a BitChute channel, and look for me at Roger's Hangout on Teams. That's all for now.
Okay. And you can find me, like Otto said, at Otto or Rogers Hangout. You can also, on Teams, you can also find me at Rogers Hangout on Elements Matrix, as well as The Wonderful World of Weirdness, which you can find on Discord. Just go in, type in The Wonderful World of Weirdness, and we are there. As well as that, we are also on minds.com at Roger_Hanson as well. I am Roger at ROGLOL1973 on X. I hope you guys enjoyed the show. If you did, please like, subscribe, share, make comments. We would really love to hear your feedback and hear what you have to say about the topics that's been discussed here on the show. With that, I'm going to go ahead and end the episode. I hope you guys have a good night, good morning, whatever the time of day is for you. And we will talk to you later.